Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to bring the recess meeting of the County Board to order. This is Christian Dorsey, Board Chair, presiding, along with my colleagues, Vice Chair Garvey, and board members DeFerranti, Carantonis, and Talento. We begin our recessed meeting with recognitions and reports by the County Board as well as the County Manager. And I will begin on a sad note. We were recently saddened to learn of the passing of a dear and longtime Arlingtonian who contributed so much to our community, Cecilia Cassidy, who passed away at the age of 75 in nearby Frederick, Maryland. Cecilia, however, made her mark after leaving her native New York in Arlington, where she was a resident for some 45 or so years. She was a journalist by profession, but made her mark civically, first as a housing organizer in the field of tenant advocacy and organizing, had a hand in one of Arlington's earliest limited equity co-ops. And then later on, she had a 2-decade career serving as the head of the Roslyn Renaissance, one of the partnership organizations akin to our Clarendon Alliance, as well as our the organization formerly known as CPRO, which Cecilia later had a hand in as well. But as part of the executive director of the Roslyn Renaissance, she led that partnership ably and then set the stage for the creation of the Roslyn Business Improvement District that she went on to lead for a decade as well. And so the first bid in Arlington, the Roslyn bid, had Cecilia's fingerprints as well as influence all over it. And then after a 2-decade career, ably serving, bringing together business and resident and community interests in Roslyn, she retired. And like many folks in this area, her retirement didn't stick. And about a year later, she was back at it when the opportunity arose to lead the organization then known as the Columbia Pike Revitalization Organization after the resignation of trivia question. One, Mr. Takis Carantonis, now a member of the county board. And so Cecilia led CPRO for a number of years during an important transition period before ultimately deciding to retire for good and spend time with family, including her daughter, Tara, who was active for a period of time in Arlington as well. So Cecilia is someone that I have plenty of fond recollections of our conversations. They were always pleasant, even when she was needling me to do something of a particular nature. And her dulcet tones of her voice and her thick Long Island accent will forever resonate with me. And we're certainly saddened to know of her passing, but are really grateful for all of her contributions to Arlington. At this point, I'll invite any colleagues to share any particular thoughts or remembrances of Cecilia, starting with Mr. Carantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. It was really very sad, a very sad news to hear that Cecilia passed. I couldn't recognize that it was a thick Long Island accent because when I got to know Cecilia, I couldn't, distinguish the accents. But a little bit later, she taught me enough to be able to do that. And she was an amazing neighbor for me. I mean, she was literally my neighbor for many years in a co-op that she helped create in the 80s. And I was just next door to the condo that she couldn't get to create in the 80s. So, but we were immediate neighbors, and we talked a lot about that. And she introduced in Arlington something that is really transformational, which is the urban partnership and the business improvement district as a concept. This is a concept that I believe that has really transformed Arlington and continues to transform Arlington today. She made it true that communities come together, very hyper-local neighborhoods, other stakeholders, developers, business owners, retailers, and they build their neighborhood together. And they care about this neighborhood. They keep it safe and clean and appealing and all this. And Cecilia was the person who brought that concept from New York City and implemented that here. And in the fellowship of this, she created an entire class of urban advocates here, of placemakers, of people who really love the place and want to invest their work and the connections with the community to improve it. Therefore, she was an all Arlington mentor in a way, not only a mentor to me or a mentor to my colleagues back then when we were all doing the same type of job. She was a mentor to all Arlingtonians and also a powerful advocate to the county board, to our local government. She advocated hard for the partnerships and for the Business Improvement District in Roslyn, and she achieved a lot in this. So I hope that her family finds solace to the fact that so many of us have so fond and good memories of her. Unfortunately, her funeral her service was on the 11th, so last Saturday we were meeting here. But there will be a memorial service celebrating her life in Our Lady Queen of Peace. I don't know exactly when, but it will be announced. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. So I grew up actually in Connecticut, close to Long Island. When I first met Cecilia, it was kind of like, oh, I recognize this. And she always kind of brought a little bit of New York here, which was cool. I really kind of liked, when she wanted to get something to you, she would look you right in the eye, and then she would tell you exactly what she thought. And she was just great. She's one of this generation of people that have kind of made Arlington what it is today. And of course, she built on what others have done, but it's, her effect is really being felt everywhere in the county, as Mr. Carantonis pointed out, and we're all going to miss her. Thank you.
Thank you both. And on to more celebratory news. It's now my pleasure to introduce the Bill Thomas Awards presentation. The Bill Thomas Outstanding Park Service Volunteer Award was established to pay tribute to lifelong parks volunteer Bill Thomas, and to honor and encourage those residents who demonstrate a passionate dedication and support our dynamic programs, natural resources, and public open spaces. Today, we are joined by Alex Sanders, who is a member of our Park and Recreation Commission, as well as a member of the 2022 Bill Thomas Park Volunteer Award Selection Committee. He'll be sharing a presentation to honor and recognize not only our 2022 award winner, but also the winners from 2020 and 2021, who unfortunately had their celebrations restricted by COVID and were held virtually. And so we are pleased to have all of them joined by their friends and families to celebrate their dedication to our parks and open spaces and to be duly recognized here in person as part of this meeting. So Alex, ready to take it away? And you can feel free to adjust the lectern. That's a little low for you.
Sure.
There's up and down arrows to the right.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to recognize Beth Kaiser as the 2023 awardee of the Bill Thomas Park Volunteer Award. We decided to recognize her for this award for her work in maintaining and rehabilitating Woodlawn Park in Arlington, and for her work leading the Arlington Regional Master Naturalist Park Steward Program for several years. At Woodlawn Park, she has dedicated many hours of hers to restore the ecological function of this park with her own hard work in the field. And she organizes monthly group volunteer events to remove invasive plants and install native plants, and she organizes and leads neighborhood outdoor events that are much loved by the community, like Firefly Nights. She's also led the Armand Park Steward Program now for several years and has done outstanding work there. This program entails developing working relationships with area landowners, including Arlington County, and directing park or Armand resources to and volunteer hours to help restore these parks. These are really critical to the effective use of volunteer resources to maximize the gains to our natural resources and volunteer events. There are never enough volunteer hours to go around, and we can't waste them by duplicating efforts or by working on projects that are then superseded by some other project that somebody else was planning. And so Beth has done outstanding work in helping to maximize that. I'm going to quote from one of the statements that's been provided in support of her nomination, because I think this encapsulates well what we are recognizing her for. Beth is creative, approachable, and an inspiration in her support of both the Park Stewards Program and in her local neighborhood by creating an interested and engaged community. Under her leadership, the Park Stewards Program has expanded and become a tremendous resource, both for the volunteer leaders participating in the program, but also for local partner jurisdictions. While initially focused on some of our most highly valued ecological and natural resources, Beth has helped to expand the program to many neighborhood parks and has encouraged volunteers to expand the program's reach to protect and restore those additional natural assets. Her hard work exemplifies the intent and spirit of the Bill Thomas Award to recognize those individuals and organizations that have taken a leadership role in committing to sustained volunteer service, focused on protection, preservation, and restoration of our precious natural areas for the benefit of all in our community, and we are happy to recognize her today.
Congratulations, Beth. That is outstanding. It looks like might be some hardware and other things associated with this, right?
So Beth, would you mind coming up and you can give your time? Right up in the middle with all the board members around you.
We're going to be your backdrop.
Yeah, with the backdrop, we're ornamental. It's good.
Congratulations.
That's awesome. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right, thank you.
And you're not going to make me a liar. We also said that we were going to publicly acknowledge the 2021 and 2020 and 2021 winners. Are we going to do that?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Jill Barker. I'm the Vice Chair of the Parks and Rec Commission, and Shruti is not here. She's on travel. But I am very pleased to commend to your attention the last year's nominee. Was it 2 years ago, Glenn? 2 years ago was Glenn Tobin. And I know him because I'm also a park steward. I work with Beth's program. Glenn is the park steward at Wendy Run. He's also works with the National Park Service. He is very strongly worthy of this award. And I'm not prepared, so that's all I'm going to say.
That is beautiful. Jill, thank you for filling in and for providing us with that opportunity. Congrats.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
All All right, I'm sorry again. I didn't know that I was going to have this responsibility, but I'm winging it. The last year's Bill Thomas awardees were the Bon Air, Quarry Shade, and Sunny Demonstration Garden leaders. There are
Awesome.
5 of them. I'm so sorry, I don't have their names prepared. Are they here? Are any of them here? Their names are on the website, and they do a wonderful job maintaining that beautiful garden with the roses at Bon Air. So they are very worthy of this award, and we're very pleased to be able to honor them today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jill.
Thank you.
And I think we might have an early nominee for the 2023 Park Service Volunteer Award, being able to step up in the breach and facilitate such a wonderful commemoration. Thank you, Jill. We appreciate it greatly. Next, I'd like to move to a proclamation and to recognize the 25th anniversary of a Arlington service that is relied upon and beloved by many. Arlington Transit, or ART. And so the proclamation reads as follows, and I'm glad to see that our Transit Bureau, as well as our Department of Transportation staff, are here in Department of Environmental Services. Leaders are here in the room for this proclamation reading. Whereas Arlington Transit is celebrating its 25th year serving the Arlington community, and whereas Arlington Transit started with 1 Crystal City route in 1998, and now has 16 routes with 78 buses in its fleet. And whereas Arlington Transit carries over 2 million passengers each year to work, home, shop, dine, play. And whereas Arlington Transit supplements Metrobus with cross-county routes as well as neighborhood connections to Metro Rail so residents can travel within Arlington and to outside jurisdictions. And whereas Arlington Transit offers a safe, environmentally friendly means of travel while reducing the carbon footprint and congestion that comes from single occupancy vehicles on our roads, and whereas Arlington Transit buses are fully ADA accessible, which make it easier for senior citizens and persons with disabilities to travel around our county, and whereas commuting on Arlington Transit benefits both employees and employers through reduced commuting and parking costs, and whereas Arlington County is home to an expansive transit network, and Arlington Transit is a vital part of that network. Now, therefore, I, Christian Dorsey, Chair of the County Board of Arlington, and might I add, a frequent Arlington Transit rider, do hereby proclaim November 2023 as the month to celebrate Arlington Transit's 25th anniversary, and I urge all residents to support ART and ride it to the many places it serves in our community. So, hooray, ART! And
Stop requested, Mr. Chair.
yes, go ahead, please, Mr. Carantonis.
I cannot say how grateful I am to all the employees who work at ART, everybody who makes ART a real enjoyment and a real jewel for us in Arlington. I cannot overstate how important this is to my life, to my family's life, to my neighborhood's life, to Arlington's life. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, please come on up and let's receive this proclamation. You're quite welcome.
Thank you, Wade.
Looks great.
You need a little replica art bus, I think, to kind of drive up.
Oh, that would be so, if I could get the three of you just right here, a little more center, that's fine, okay. All right, there's a glare.
Oh, Claudia, I didn't know you had all of these photography skills.
Hold on. There's like one light and it's
You need another.
in the way. Let's get this.
You good?
Yes.
All right, beautiful.
Thank you.
You know, as we've discussed transit and bus fleets, what shouldn't be lost on anyone is that ART stands as a significant exemplar in our region, when it comes to cleanliness, when it comes to service reliability, when it comes to feelings of safety. ART is preeminent in our region. And the only thing that frustrates people about ART is when their bus is late, because they rely on it to fulfill their life. And it's a testament to how much people love, treasure, and rely on it. And 25 years, explosive, incredible growth in ART. And I expect the next quarter century will produce some great innovation. And we'll be discussing some elements of ART as it relates to the transit strategic plan later on our agenda. So you're welcome back for that conversation if you're so interested. Now I'd like to move to some advisory group appointments. And the list is at your stations, colleagues, and Ms. Jacobs, I think, will project it on the screen. I move that the county board appoint to the Arlington Partnership for Children, Youth, and Families Benjamin English for a term ending November 30th, 2025. That we reappoint to the Forestry and Natural Resources Commission Phil Klingelhofer for a term ending November 30th, 2026. That we appoint to the Housing Commission Zachary Linick for a term ending November 30th, 2027. That we appoint to the Human Rights Commission Wanda Younger for a term ending November 30th, 2026. And to the Tenant Landlord Commission that we appoint John Reynolds, Griffin Kupal, and Andrew Ferreira for terms ending November 30th, 2026. That motion does not need a second. We'll now move to a vote. All those in favor of those appointments, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Congratulations to all of our newly appointed or reappointed commission members. We appreciate your service advising us on these important issues as part of these important bodies, and we hope that your service is as fulfilling for you as it is valuable for us. So thank you. We'll move next in our agenda to board member reports, and we'll begin with Vice Chair Garvey.
Thank you so much. And I am the liaison to the Joint Facilities Advisory Commission. And we last had a charge adopted in January 2017, and it's time to do some updates to the charge. And I think, as my colleagues know, our school board colleagues have already adopted this charge, and this is a joint commission. And they're not a whole lot of changes. The overall mission of the JFAC is to provide input to both boards on collaborative long-range facility planning for both of us, and to include input on capital facilities needs assessments and capital improvement plans. They're already hard at work on the school CIP and have been doing quite a bit. I think just to highlight a little bit, the one thing I want to point out is that they are going to be looking at, they can do tasks sort of as assigned, and they're going to do a bit of an after action on how our facilities were used, joint facilities were used, and any lessons learned from the pandemic. And I'm kind of looking forward to that report. I know a number of folks have done kind of reviews, but JFAC has not, and there was a lot of cooperation and a lot of making up things on the fly, and I think it's going to be great to find out kind of how that all worked out. And I think that's major. When it was first adopted, there was a committee. It was meant to be both the superintendent and the manager meeting with 2 county board members and 2 school board member liaisons, and we decided that was a little bit overkill, and 1 liaison from each board was probably sufficient. And so that's been incorporated in here. So I'm happy to take any questions, but maybe I could go ahead and make a motion. All right, I would like to move that we adopt the 2023 charge to the Joint Facilities Advisory Commission.
Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. DeFerranti. Are there any further discussions or comments? Seeing and hearing none. All those in favor of approving the revised Joint Facility Advisory Commission charge, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it 5-0.
Thank you to my colleagues, and thank you to Stacy Snyder and Wells Harrell, who are the leadership for the JFAC right now and doing lots of good work. Thanks.
Excellent. All right, Ms. Garvey, we'll keep it with you.
Sure. And I think we have a slide. And this board report maybe is a little different, because often our board reports are meant to be kind of other to keep us up to date, but I think we all attended this event. But it was so, it struck me so much, I kind of want to just talk about it here for all of the thousands of fans we may have at home watching it, but and just sort of highlight this dedication of Arlington's first stumbling stones. So as we heard when we've adopted the new historic resources plan, we're doing a lot more to sort of tell stories that haven't been told, and this is really part of a movement. And I'm really pleased. It came from a grant from the a grant to the Arlington Historical Society from the Virginia Humanities, and helped them move forward with this grant. It was a great cooperation between the Historical Society and doing research and the students in our school system that made it happen. I will mention, probably not, this is what they call the stumbling stones, and those are originally, that whole kind of concept started in Germany. Stoppelstein, is that right, Mr. Tuck? Stoppelstein. Stumbling stones, yeah, and you can see them in Germany, and there it commemorates Jewish families and people where they lived in certain houses. There's a stone there saying they lived there and what happened to them, which is just a way of making history kind of more alive and really bringing home to people how much that affected folks. And I think with slavery, there's so many untold stories of our enslaved citizens and residents that former residents back in history that we need to be remembering them, and this is kind of a great way to do it. Next slide, yeah. So this is just a picture of the Ball Sellers house, I think oldest house in Arlington, I believe. Anybody wants to go see it, it's kind of fun to tour. Next slide. And these are the students. It's pretty cool. They are from Arlington Tech High School, and they design the stones and help make them. The students, particularly the young woman who is second from the left, I think we all really were blown away by her remarks and how capable she was at speaking. She was amazing. And it was just great to see how much this kind of brought, the students came together and worked on this. It was such a great community effort, and I love anything like this that brings our young people. One more picture. So not only did you have to make the brass plaques and do the research, you also had to make the stones themselves for them to sit on, the markers for them to sit on, and these are the students that helped do that. So it's really, and I think they're pretty excited to see their work here. And these are the first ones of the stumbling stones. They're part of a larger project that are looking at about, let me see, I have the number here somewhere, which I may find. Yeah, 1,400, we figured, enslaved individuals have been in Arlington, and they're really working to try to find as much as they can about the people that they're commemorating. In this case, only one really they could find a name for, and this is a woman named Nancy, who was born around 1775, and she passed between 1835 and 1838. We don't know a whole lot about her, but she did live here, and when she's given a name, and there's a plaque there to make sure that people understand who all lived and worked in Arlington. It also, the other two plaques are for two unnamed males. One was born around 1806 and the other in 1844. So anyway, it's just, I highly recommend people to go to this if they'd like to kind of get a sense of history. It, I think, is a real illustration of how we are changing our whole study of history and how we present it, and bringing in all kinds of untold stories that make it so much richer and help our understanding of our past. So thank you for indulging me a little bit here. It really was a wonderful event. Thank you.
Indeed. I know all of us enjoyed it immensely. And any other comments? All right, thank you. Mr. Karantonis, I believe your item will defer to a later time? Okay. Beautiful, beautiful, excellent. We'll now move to some regional reports. I just have a couple of things to provide a little bit of a narrative on. The first, got back last week from an invitation to address the Urban Land Institute of Northwest Arkansas. Probably didn't know that there was such a thing, but they were holding a place summit convening various folks from the Northwest Arkansas and surrounding region to discuss a variety of land use, zoning, and placemaking issues. And they were very suitably impressed by what we had accomplished this year in Arlington and wanted to get some perspectives that may assist in how they could pursue similar work. And you know, for those who are unfamiliar, the region is from Bentonville in the far northwest on the Missouri border, which is the home of sort of the birthplace of Walmart, and down to Fayetteville, which is the home of the University of Arkansas. And within that, there are a lot of very small communities, small in terms of land area, but they are growing immensely, and there's intense interest in taking control of that growth so that they can provide not only dynamic places to satisfy new residents, but also to provide more equitable opportunities for longstanding residents. You can kind of tell some of the themes that we wrestle with here. And one of the things that was pretty remarkable was, even though I had personally never been to Northwest Arkansas, the similarities between what the approaches, experiences are were quite striking. People who were doing comprehensive zoning reform to address longstanding challenges, the challenges that they're having in negotiating these issues among various segments of their community, the trying to make sure that as growth comes, that it's inclusive and doesn't simply drive people out who ought to be a part of having a community's growth resulting in their thriving and getting new opportunities. So I just wanted to share with you, as much as it can sometimes feel like we're in our own little world, there is a larger world out there that is doing the same stuff. And it was fascinating. And I hope that in addition to providing them with the benefit of some of our experiences, I also took a lot away from the visit as well. And also a few weeks ago, the White House had a celebration and a convening to recognize companies, jurisdictions that had successfully competed in their Better Buildings Challenge. This is a program of the Department of Energy. I was pleased to represent Arlington, as it was recognized as one of the communities that had achieved its goal. And the Better Buildings Challenge effectively requires that jurisdictions achieve at least a 20% reduction in energy use intensity. And what Arlington did was put our 75 public buildings of roughly 2 million square feet, and over the course of the challenge period, our energy use intensity, we were able to reduce it by 23%, exceeding that 20% goal. So we were recognized among the entities that had achieved similar success in meeting the Better Building Challenge goals. We were able to do so by a variety of solutions. The energy efficient solutions included data automation as well as utility bill tracking and analysis. It also featured solutions such as advanced metering that was deployed at the Justice Center here at the courthouse complex. And of course, you have seminal projects like the Lubber Run Community Center, which is a testament to sustainable design and energy efficiency. And as we look at all of the ways in which Arlington is committed to new facilities which reduce energy use intensity and also appropriately retrofitting existing buildings, those efforts are not just ones that we can revel in. They are also recognized at the broadest levels, including by the Department of Energy. And with that, I will now turn it over to something in the energy space as well, Mr. Karantonis, to talk about COG and solar panel generation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if I may add, we often discuss here how green our buildings should be or are, and how we make progress in this. I want to recognize the many professionals in this building who have worked very hard to get us to this award. And that's an invaluable contribution. And it's a very, very important award. It says a lot about the trajectory. Now to something different. If Madam Clerk, you can pull up the, thank you. So it's about solar energy goals for the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments. We had a conversation. I wanted to put this first slide. This is an aerial view for something that you don't see very often, but it's here in Arlington, Salis West Fleet Elementary School. This is the roof. Look how beautiful this is. This is one of our best and newest rooftop solar arrays, photovoltaic arrays. I think this is an amazing accomplishment on this school, and there are several others here in Arlington. Next slide, please. So the topic of my presentation today is I had last week the honor and the privilege to present to the COG board the board of the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments asked a committee that I chair, the Community Energy, the Climate, Energy, and Environment Policy Committee, which is a subcommittee, to report and to propose a resolution to set a solar installations or solar rooftops goal for the period until 2030. There is a background to that. There is a climate and energy action plan approved in 2020, if I'm not mistaken, which established a series of actions for area governments and partners to meet, and that's 50% of a reduction of greenhouse emissions below 2005 levels by 2030. The COG analysis last year showed that the region achieved about 20% of that goal by the year 2020 already. But despite all progress and we found that we need to take substantial action in all sorts of fields to achieve the 2030 goal, and that we need a deeper reduction in greenhouse emissions. So one strategy that is in conversation is, of course, the adoption of solar and other renewable energy sources as a key strategy. You see on the right side a little graph that shows the number of rooftop solar installations in the region from 2009, only 439, to 2022, which is a high mark, 72,000 solar, almost 73,000 solar energy systems have been installed already. So the COG plan of 2020 was asking for more than 200,000 additional solar systems for the decade that is ending in 2030. So in reaction to that, next slide, please. We proposed, and the COG board approved, the following a resolution that includes the following goals. First, 250,000 solar rooftops to be deployed in the region by 2030. This is a very ambitious goal. We had a long of conversations about whether this measure, this kind of metric is the most appropriate one, but across different jurisdictions, we found that it's a very practical one, and it can measure progress as we go. I have no doubt that we will fine-tune this in the near future. Secondly, we urge all COG members, all participating jurisdictions, to install solar government facilities, explicitly including public schools and government buildings and carports. Third, we urge all COG members to explore producing 100% of electricity for government operations with renewable energy, a goal that Arlington has already achieved for its own government operations already since 2022 by having the facility down in South Virginia and Pittsylvania County producing energy of which we are buying the rights and buying the credits, or having the credits for the production there in collaboration with Amazon. Then we urge the participating jurisdictions in the Council of Governments to support community-wide efforts to deploy solar through programs that benefit everybody, especially low-income residents, that include effective industry engagement, which is a critical part of the effort. We ask governments, local governments, to look on obstacles that may come from zoning or permitting issues and to remove these obstacles, to provide incentives rebates, grants, help, technical assistance to support bulk purchasing and solar co-ops, and community choice aggregation. And last but not least, workforce development. This is a very important part of this push of this initiative, because without a workforce that can support and maintain all the systems, we are not going to see a likely pathway to success here. And last, the COG board asked the organization, the COG organization, to support the member governments in their efforts to meet the solar energy goals, to assist them with technical assistance, with exchange of experience, with clearinghouses for best practices. This is the kind of collaboration that happens there. And to report back to the board of the Council of Governments on progress on meeting these goals. Next slide. I want to close just for giving a few resources here for the people who are going to be seeing this little presentation. There is an amazing resource that's called Solarize Northern Virginia. This is basically a map where you can find your home and you can see what is the potential of what would be the potential for an installation of a solar roof on your own home, your own building, your own business. This is a very insightful tool, and based on what one can see there, they can then connect with experts, including here in Arlington County, and find a way to find appropriate contractors and appropriate financing deal for a potential installation of a solar array on their rooftop. This is a solar map. Solarize Northern Virginia is a site that has many resources for residents of Northern Virginia and the entire region. And finally here, if you go to Arlington County's website, and you type into the search solar electric systems, there is also a significant number of tips and pointers and resources that are very helpful for that. So we are off to a intense solar deployment, I hope, in the region in the next 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see Ms. Garvey would like to make a comment, as well as Mr. DeFranti.
Yeah, and
Please,
Mr.
Garvey.
DeFranti may be heading sort of the same way Mr. Carantonis and Mr. DeFranti back from the VACO conference. And energy was really a major issue there. I think it's going to be in the future. One of the interesting sessions I attended was talking about solar energy from land use, and it was mostly rural county board members there. And they were very upset about losing farmland. And that's what we heard about, was losing farmland, a very different kind of view of things. Also, discussions, which I think we're all aware, if you're really looking for energy resilience, if you've got a solar farm 50 miles or 100 miles away, and you've got this long transmission lines, you're really very vulnerable to issues and problems. Finally, I think one of the more interesting sessions, and apologies to Mr. DeFranti if I'm stealing your thunder, was Mike Turner from Loudoun did a presentation on how much energy the data centers use, and the impossibility of solar actually ever being able to, or at least ever kind of maybe in our lifetimes, being able to actually handle that, and how fast there are more and more data centers that are coming along. A lot of land use issues, a lot of energy uses issues that are going to be coming up. So I foresee a lot of discussions about energy in our future, or our future in the near future. Thank you. And I'm sorry, Mr. DeFranti, if I took any of your thunder.
Mr. DeFranti.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just appreciate the presentation, and the urgency is there. I think I've been thinking seriously about the need to, we see a lot of hybrids and electric plug-in vehicles and electric vehicles in Arlington. I don't feel like I see as many solar roofs. If you don't have trees and you think climate change is a major issue, there's a 10-year return depending on the house, and it's just seems like such an important issue, and appreciate the number of slides and trying to do our part to get the word out. Thanks.
And I should add Mr. DeFerrant as a resource because now he's an expert in rooftop solar, in individual residential, because
Not
he
yet.
has one.
Sorry, we're still waiting on the meter.
Still waiting on the meter. And that is an issue.
This is exactly what I mean, an expert, somebody who has seen the problems with a nascent industry, with problems with retail and installation, the lack of workforce, the lack of expertise, the lack of support. Everybody across the regional board understands that we need to put the manpower behind, a mix of alternative energies, not only solar, everything else as well, so that we can really make a dent on our carbon footprint and, be able to say that we are really making an effort to mitigate climate change. So thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Karantonis, I should note that the COG Board appreciated your presentation of this material at the most recent COG Board meeting, where the resolution that you offered was accepted with acclamation. So it's a testament to your effective presentation, and you compelled a lot of positive energy and interest, so thank you for that. Okay, we're now ready to let the manager have the floor, and I know, Mr. Schwartz, you have a couple of important reports, so please take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two reports today, one on an update on pickleball and the other on project labor agreements. So we're going to have our parks team join us today. Since our last presentation to you in April, a lot has happened in the world of pickleball. We've striped some courts across the county, and we're here to report on the Walter Reed project. So Eric Beach, who's our Park Development Division Chief, is here to walk you through a presentation, and he has with him Jane Rudolph, our director, and Nikish Jordan, who heads up our Athletic and Facilities Division. So over to you, Mr. Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and good afternoon, County Board, and thank you for having us here today. And the presentation is up. Earlier this year, in April, DPR came and presented our approach to expanding pickleball play opportunities across the county, to making incremental improvements to the existing courts at the Walter Reed Community Center and our long-term project at that center. Today, this presentation will share what progress has been made since April on our existing courts and then the county's next steps on the Walter Reed Community Center dedicated pickleball court project. In order to expand pickleball play across the county and to help lessen the impact of pickleball play at any one location, DPR has resurfaced and added pickleball lines to 7 existing tennis courts to create multi-use courts. These 7 multi-use courts now provide 14 pickleball courts spread between Marcy Road, Virginia Highlands, Fort Scott, and Hayes Parks. Where these courts are located closer than 300 feet to residences, acoustic fencing was added to reduce the noise impact of pickleball. Between the completion of this work at the end of August and November 1, DPR has tracked 511 reservations for just under a total of 700 hours of play at these new locations. After the addition of the new multi-use courts, Arlington now has 50 pickleball courts across the county. These 50 courts are comprised of 35 multi-use courts and 15 indoor courts. Just quick note that the indoor courts are for use at certain designated times. And on this map on the right, you can see how these courts are spread throughout the county. Not identified on the map, but maybe of interest, is that pickleball is now being played at the Arlington County Jail. DPR staff has assisted the sheriff's staff in setting up courts there and explaining rules. The jail will be holding its first tournament November 15th through the 16th. In addition to the expanded pickleball court offerings I just reviewed, some changes have been made to the Walter Reed Community Center that are unrelated to the dedicated court project. From the April County Board update, you may recall that prior to the meeting, the hours of play on the courts were initially reduced from the hours available at our other courts across the county, and then subsequently reduced again. At the April meeting, DPR indicated it was anticipating a further reduction of the hours of play. Since that meeting took place, the hours of use have been further reduced to align with the community center hours. In addition to the reduced hours, DPR installed temporary acoustic fencing as a sound mitigation measure. This was not anticipated to be a cure-all, as the court location remained the same and existing fencing was used. However, the acoustic fencing was installed and desired to provide some noise mitigation to the existing situation. One beneficial outcome of installing the acoustic fencing is that separately, as part of the Walter Reed dedicated court project, DPR had an acoustics technology firm take sound readings, which took place prior to the installation of the temporary acoustic fencing. Taking advantage of this situation, DPR had that same firm take readings after the installation of the acoustic fencing in order to test the performance of the product. The idea was that this information could help determine our confidence in the use of this particular material as used across the county at the other multi-use courts and at the future Walter Reed project. When installing noise mitigation measures, what the acoustic technology firm advised is that the goal in almost any application is to reduce the noise impact from the source by about 10 decibel levels. According to the CDC and other sources, a 10 decibel of change is described as a 50% reduction of a perceived sound. What we found was that the acoustic fencing did indeed reduce the noise impact from play. This was between about 6.5 decibel continuous noise to as high as 13.4 decibel on the 16th Street side of the courts, for example. This gives us confidence that both at our new multi-use courts and the future project, acoustic fencing can play a positive role in sound mitigation. The map on the right shows the results of this work. In the blue boxes, the letter B represents the before readings for continuous noise, which is a noise that remains constant, and the impulsive noise, which is the brief loud bursts in those blue boxes. In the blue boxes, the corresponding letter A, bold out information, shows the after readings. One outlier to mention are the readings taken on Walter Reed Drive, which appear to increase in the readings taken after the installation of acoustic fencing. The sound engineers noted that at the time of the reading, a high volume of traffic was observed on Walter Reed Drive as compared to when the original before readings were taken. Our next steps for addressing the expansion of pickleball opportunities will include working with users of the pickleball courts to address how the courts function, specifically in regard to creating opportunities for drop-in play. Additionally, 2024 marks the 5-year anniversary of the 2019 Public Spaces Master Plan. That plan calls for a 5-year update to the level of services provided in the document. As pickleball was not included in the first iteration, it will now be included in the refresh to determine need and potential access-based standards. I'm going to move now into the update in the Walter Reed Community Center project. Since the County Board made funding available in the FY23 to FY32 CIP, the dedicated court project has made steady progress with several community engagements taking place. The first was in February 2023, and the second, where DPR shared 2 potential concepts for the project, was held in April and May. We have now arrived at an upcoming 3rd online engagement. You can see where we are on the timeline represented by the red box on this chart. The second engagement consists of an open house in May with 175 participants and an online engagement that had over 1,400 respondents. It should be noted that although there were 1,400 respondents, the county is using only about 1,100 of those. The reason for this is that at the time of the online engagement, the engagement tool had spread to pro pickleball and anti-pickleball forums and organizations across the country and even internationally. The decision was made to limit those responses to those received from within Arlington and from within a 10-mile boundary outside Arlington. Limiting response to the 10-mile boundary will help ensure that respondents have some familiarity with Arlington itself and aligns with DPR's mission to provide services for those who live, work, and play in Arlington. One of the questions investigated during the engagement was if the project should be paused. Respondents were slightly more in favor of continuing the project, though it should be noted that respondents identified as players were more in favor of continuing, and those self-identifying as neighbors were more in favor of pausing. Other feedback received was consistent with what the county has heard previously in the process, such as the need for more courts, sound mitigation, and parking, among other items. The feedback did indicate a preference for what was then known as Concept 2. After considering all of the feedback, the county has made the decision to continue with the project. This is based on several factors. The county firmly believes in the benefits of providing places for its residents to receive the physical and mental health benefits of being outside, recreating, and socializing. DPR has observed in real time and validated through professional literature the opportunity provided by pickleball to be a catalyst for those physical and mental benefits. Places such as the Walter Reed Community Center courts are critical parts of the county's infrastructure that improve the overall health of people and provide social connections. These benefits are particularly noticeable during crises such as the COVID-19 pandemic. The second reason for continuing the project is that regardless on the use or location of the courts at Walter Reed are in need of renovation, with aging playing surface and cracks in the courts, among other issues. When moving forward, DPR believes iterating on concept number 2 presented during the second engagement provides the most opportunity. In the concept shown here, you can see a dashed red line where the current existing courts are. This plan moves a portion of the existing courts closest to 16th Street South to the west and replaces them with green space. This increases the distance between the future courts and residential homes by about 70 feet. This will place the courts over 170 feet away from the homes. The plan will add acoustic fencing to both sets of courts, along with ample landscaping. Between the courts, a deck structure will protect a large existing tree, provide a space for respite. Other improvements include much improved ADA circulation and the addition of 4 parking spaces through more efficient use of the existing parking lot. The basketball court will be resurfaced. This slide shows a bird's eye rendering of what the future improvements could look like. In this image, the relocated green space and landscaping are noticeable. This image provides a rendering of the future court space. The project will provide seating and shade for park users. The pickleball court dimensions were taken from the USA Pickleball Construction and Maintenance Manual and suggestions provided from users during this process. And so what brings us to our next steps for the project began with the release of a summary and the raw data received as part of the second engagement on November 6th. The final concept will be released along with a final online engagement on November 15th, which will be live until December 8th. Based on feedback received from that third engagement, the concept may be tweaked and will move into the construction documentation phase in order to receive permits and go to bidding for a construction contractor. Provided any unknown issues do not arise, the plan is to bring the award of construction contract to the board in the third quarter of 2024, with construction to start shortly after. And construction is anticipated to take 6 to 8 months to complete. So that concludes my presentation, and we are able to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, colleagues, any questions, comments? Mr. DeFerranti?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to each of you for the work. I know it is not, there's been a lot of work that you guys have done and really appreciate it. Not all easy. It's really just seeing if I'm tracking. On the last slide, were those fiscal year 24 or calendar year 24?
These are calendar year.
Got it. Okay. And it'll take a while to develop the full contract and go through the bidding process. That's what leads to the time for the most part.
We figure there's usually generally 6 months to design and 4 months of permitting, and so we've already been making progress, and so we believe this timeline is a reasonable time frame.
Got it. Okay. Thanks very much. Mindful that if there are a few weeks when you are not the attention of the entire community, that will probably be okay with Ms. Jordan, even though this is still important. We've got work to do to get it right. Thanks to each of you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for all of the work and things. It feels like things have settled down a little bit with pickleball. I wanted to just know about the acoustic. I was delighted to hear that. I think the acoustic fences are kind of doing what we hoped they would do. That's what I'm hearing. Because when early on, we're getting all kinds of emails. They're not going to work. They're never going to work. Doesn't it, yada yada, which people are always concerned. I get that, but it seems like they really are kind of working. Are these the same fences like we're using over at? Do you know? You might not. Like over at Quincy for the art bus station. I mean, there are a number of places where we're trying to put up acoustic fences to protect the neighbors. I'm wondering if it's the same kind of acoustic fence. I'm just sort of curious about how acoustic fences are working out.
I actually don't know the specific answer to that question. I'm unfamiliar with what they're doing at Quincy. There are a number of products, though, that achieve the same type of end goal, and so there are a number of different things that could be applied in different
okay, thank you.
scenarios.
I mean, it might be worthwhile, I don't know who would do it, but to sort of check in which ones kind of work better. I am pretty sure this is not the last time we're going to want to need to do some acoustic fencing somewhere for some reason. So thank you. I don't know if that's maybe not even your bailiwick, that's not the right term, but it may be more DES. But thank you, appreciate that, and I'm glad it's working out, more or less. I'm sure there are people who will now write me and tell me it's not, but thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the work, of course. I have one question on how this project enmeshes with the 5-year update to the public spaces master plan. Because part of that is, I mean, I had a lot of constituents asking, okay, do we need 6 courts here? Can't we locate them somewhere else? What is the real need for pickleball in Arlington, et cetera, et cetera? So I understand that the update to the public spaces master plan will be looking at these questions and will ask this, will answer for the very first time what is the appropriate level of service for pickleball in Arlington, because last time it wasn't there. So how will the preparation for a project at Walter Reed enmesh with the work of the PSMP?
So I think from the outset of the previous public spaces master plan in 2019, Although pickleball at that point wasn't sort of enough in the consciousness to warrant a level of service, there were some recommendations around the need to address a potentially growing sport, as well as looking at a location for dedicated courts. Now, that recommendation did not make a recommendation as to how many courts or their specific location, but it did indicate that we had a short-term solution problem to solve. And so I think we have always looked at, even back from when we came and presented in April, that our plan was sort of our short-term approach to this was to try to expand pickleball opportunities through their multi-court restriping, and then also providing a reasonable dedicated location to play pickleball only, and that ended up being at the Walter Reed Community Center. So I think our goal is to satisfy that short-term pressure, and then get into the long-term understanding of what our long-term goals will be via the level of service update and what the need actually is, and to help us set targets and potential access needs for where they should be located and things like this.
Ms. Talento.
No, I have a follow-up question. If Mr. Lindu wants to go first,
please.
it's okay.
Please go ahead.
I can circle back. Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Talento.
Thank you. I think that's a good segue for the question I have. So I note that in the Walter Reed Community Center, there's an Arlington Adult Day program. And at Arlington Mill Community Center, there's a nonprofit that also serves adults during the day with disabilities. My understanding is that some of these programs have lost access to gyms because of pickleball, anecdotally. So I'm not here to prove that, but I would ask that when you do the next PSMP that you consider what programs are being moved out of our spaces to accommodate extended pickleball play. And we may decide that, because of the demand, we have to make those sacrifices or adjustments, recognizing that one may be a county service versus one is a nonprofit. But I think having that transparency of what we're giving up to accommodate a sport would be really helpful. I know we did that with our basketball courts, in particular in Walter Reed Community Center, where a lot of the youth were feeling like they couldn't access the basketball court, from what I understand of some of the conversations. And so just really making sure, I understand where we are now, and I think the work that you're doing is great, and I'm very excited about how you've moved forward with this plan, especially at the Walter Reed Community Center, navigating all the challenges, listening to community concerns, putting back the basketball court for our youth, and extending the pickleball dedicated courts there. I know you're going to have challenges with tennis, so I'm just asking you, as you're doing that thoroughness, if you can provide some information to the county board as they look at decisions to understand what is being impacted by the increase in this demand. Are we balancing it correctly? Or are there other things that we should consider, because it's new? So I just wanted to flag that for you. Thank you.
Your microphone is still off. There we go.
There we go. Sorry, we'll take that into consideration. Thank you very much.
So, Mr. Carantonis, back to you.
Thank you. A couple of another procedural one so that everybody understands. So is there a point, or when will this point come, when you go back to the community and present this choice of, that was option 2, I believe, or it's very similar to option 2, and begin a conversation about what the physical delivery of this will be like? For example, how many trees, were the trees, what kind of landscaping or hardscaping, parking, circulation patterns, and of course noise and noise mitigation, because I understand from what I see here that the kind of acoustic fence that's installed there is kind of a test drive, and it will be a different, and correct me if I'm wrong, a different level of installation that you are envisioned for a more permanent use.
So just to make sure I understand, so we are the online engagement will go live tomorrow. It'll be on.
Okay.
It'll be live for 3 weeks. In that presentation, we'll walk through the details of the plan, such as any trees being removed or how many are going to be added, and the number of parking spaces and how that was done, and then the locations of the courts. The fencing associated with the new project and the acoustic fencing there is continuing to be tweaked to make sure we're using the right product, we're using the right installation, and the additional landscaping, and plus the distance, obviously, is all combination to try to reach that 10 decibel reduction level. And the height is also, as well as with the fencing, is being tweaked to a certain refinement, if you will. And so that is part of our, as we move forward in design, we're at a concept level, and we need to be able to move through that design, have more details to refine it, and then but we're also collecting the final comments on this concept so that we can make those tweaks as well.
So there will be a consultation process with the public that starts tomorrow with invitation of online comments, etc. And then at some point you will present a design that you will feel that is closer to a final design to come before the board for a contract approval.
So after the engagement period is done, and then we have iterated a bit, we will post the final concept to share.
I just want to make sure that we have a good, sturdy, small public outreach there so that everybody is on board. And I understand that not everybody will be happy at all, but a lot more people will be able to have their say and contribute to this process. A technical question for you, finally. So the greenscape there is also, I understand, part of the sound mitigation. So if you have if you landscape the place in a way that it has luscious, vegetation, and between the fence and the neighborhood, this is a good thing because it adds to the sound mitigation or the sound dispersion. Is that a good representation? Is that true? And A, and B, if it is, would we engage landscaping competence to try to do the best for this specific purpose?
So noise and noise mitigation is a lot about perception. And so we talk a lot about decibel levels and 1 to 10 decibel levels, different things like this. But a lot of that is everybody perceives that impact differently. Things like the acoustic fencing and distance are the mechanisms that you can create the most technical decibel reduction. Landscaping, to be completely honest, it does not have in the scope of things, it's not a major reduction of decibel or sound impact. However, it is noted when we talk with our sound engineers that it does play a lot into the perception. So while it might have very minimal, maybe decibel level kind of reduction, but when you put that in combination with solid noise reduction tools, like the distance and the acoustic fencing, it adds up to creating that total number that we're trying to achieve, but also has, depending on the user, it has a big impact to the perception of how that sound, you're interacting with that sound. So I know that's a long answer. I just didn't want to necessarily leave it that landscaping could make a drastic change there, but it will improve the quality of life and probably the perception for the way people are interacting with the site and the noise there.
Thank you.
So a couple of questions, or first a comment and question. I think the work that you've done in terms of thinking about Walter Reed and ultimately the expansion of parking and the siting of the courts has been really responsive to a lot of the feedback and trying to find that appropriate balance. I recognize, as all colleagues do, that the people who really want to see pickleball excised from Arlington County are not going to be satisfied. But given all your considerations, I think that the approach that you're pursuing is appropriate and thoughtful. So thank you for that. I'd also just like to note that our regional neighbors are also expanding, I think, their approach to trying to solve the great pickleball crisis of the mid-2000s by increasing supply. And in the district, notably, they've had a 70,000 square foot private facility that's open this year. I've seen news of recent partnerships
For others, this is probably less for DPR and maybe more for the manager. Do we have any private sector interest in multipurpose pickleball venues? I'm seeing these incredibly large facilities, these seemingly exciting partnerships.
You know, and I was following, there was an announcement, I think, and I'm going to get, it was not chicken and pickle, it was dill and something else that's announcing 3 locations in the district. And our economic development staff is constantly on the lookout, so I don't have anything to report on that yet. But if all the commercial pickleball purveyors are listening, we have plenty of space in the county.
Yeah. Just feel it's our public responsibility to make sure we get a piece of that action. So anyway, that's all for me. Mr. Karantonis.
Nothing, Mr. Chair. This is a vestigial.
Gotcha.
That doesn't get off.
No worries.
The commercial is absolutely correct. The only problem is that some legacy buildings are too low. The ceiling height is too low, but we have buildings above 10 feet, so.
Well, you know, the good thing about the private sector is that's their problem to deal with. So, all right, we'll move next to your next report, Mr. Schwartz.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to DPR staff, appreciate it. Next up, we're going to talk about project labor agreements. The county has been focusing on advancing several different labor-focused initiatives over the past couple of years, and we have a lot of progress to report. Of course, you're aware of what we've done on collective bargaining with county staff. We had a presentation on part of that at Saturday's meeting, as well as our prevailing wage policy that went into effect last year, which is about contracts that the county has of its own with the service providers. And more recently, staff has been researching the possible introduction of a new policy tool, project labor agreements, or PLAs. These look like mini collective bargaining agreements that are negotiated and apply only to specific major construction projects and would help the labor force on those projects. So we are graced today by the presence of Daniel Stern. Hello, Daniel. Our wage compliance administrator from the Department of Management and Finance Purchasing. And he has Sharon Lewis with him and Michael Stewart and Maria Meredith, a virtual powerhouse of labor and collective bargaining knowledge. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Daniel for a presentation. Then when he concludes, I'm going to ask you a few quiz questions.
Good evening, everyone. Graced and powerhouse, that's very kind. So I'm going to start with an update on Arlington's prevailing wage program, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about PLAs. So prevailing wage went into effect last year, January 1, and that is relevant on all construction contracts in the county with a value greater than $250,000. And so to those, we have prevailing wages, which we solicit from Virginia Department of Labor and Industry, and those pertain to all of the workers who are on those contracts, and we make sure that they hit that wage floor. So there are now 35 prevailing wage projects valued at $153 million. We are, it looks like by the end of the week that is going to be 36 and roughly 154. Right now, we're working on awareness since prevailing wage is still relatively new. So we are attending pre-bid, pre-construction, and kickoff meetings for any and all contracts that come up. We are working in-house on delivering components of purchasing trainings that focus on this. And we're also developing internal and external trainings for the prevailing and living wage programs. So those are going to be in and out. Right now, there are about 100 active living wage contracts, and that is service contracts greater than $50,000 annually performed on county-owned or controlled property. So me and my team, we do wage compliance reviews on both the prevailing and living wage contracts. So general information about PLAs. Those were authorized by the Virginia General Assembly in 2020, and as Mr. Schwartz said, they are contract or project-specific collective bargaining agreements. Either the county or the contractors would negotiate with labor on these contracts. So If the county were to take over, that would be called a direct. And with the general contractors doing negotiations, that's indirect. We'll get more into that in a little bit. So there's like a constellation of stipulations that may be added. These can be things like a new wage floor, safety programs, apprentices, pretty much anything that you can think of, work hours, site conditions, that kind of stuff. And whatever gets negotiated on the individual contract would be added to the essential elements that are kind of blanketed on all PLAs, being provisions which bind all the parties to the agreement, no strike, no lockout clauses, and grievance and arbitration procedures if there's some sort of issue. So staff is recommending that we pilot a project labor agreement program with the following parameters. So inclusion, or the consideration of inclusion on PLAs on specific projects, considering those during the CIP process. Considering PLAs for projects valued at or above 25 million. Larger projects are good because they typically have a greater diversity of trades to which all of these things, as all of the contractors have to sign on, you get streamlining with those provisions if there are more trades and different types of employees. Design, build, and construction manager at risk contracts almost always exceed this threshold, and we're under the belief that those are going to be of particular interest as we move forward with this. We recommend using the indirect method and a continued evaluation as we move forward at both like the programmatic and the project levels, consulting with the county attorney's office on how things are working, how they can be fixed, what we should be looking at, and determining what our ongoing approach after the pilot is going to be. So now getting into the direct versus indirect. So in the indirect method, the general contractor would be negotiating with the trade unions for the provisions included on the PLAs. So there are fewer resources required from the county perspective in terms of negotiation and monitoring, and the county is not a signatory to the agreement. So the general contractor has ownership over the contract provisions. Labor is still provided the opportunity to negotiate on their behalf. The impact on the bidding community in this instance would be there may be some contractors who would be less interested in having to handle this negotiation process themselves. Maybe they believe it's too onerous. A negotiation process, every contractor may have a different style or what they want to hit. That could result in project delays. So with the direct method, the county would negotiate the contract stipulations directly with the union. So we obviously would retain some control over the negotiations and the process. We would also be a joint signatory to the agreement. It would require additional county time and resources, very likely the procurement of a skilled negotiator, and increased administrative costs and efforts as we try to keep up with, what has been negotiated and are we hitting the bar that has now been set. The impact on bidding community in this case, the contractors may feel like there's a lack of ownership in the project if they don't have a seat at the bidding table themselves, and that they may have less flexibility over what the project requires. So general considerations across the board: the increased complexity and time inherent in the process of negotiating and making sure all of our bars are hit is more complexity and time in the process, potential for project delays. Impacts on bidding pools, in addition to what we talked about in each of indirect and direct, the effects on non-unionized contractors, and specifically SWAM contractors who are generally and historically less likely to be unionized. The potential for increased costs that would obviously be dependent on a lot of things. What has been negotiated? What are the provisions going to be on the contract? That we can't put a very fine predictor on yet. And many of the traditional benefits that I talked about, the blanket requirements of PLAs are focused on issues that the county has not really encountered to date, specifically strikes and the lack of skilled laborers to perform the work. So regionally, this is moving forward at various levels all around us. So in Loudoun, they have identified a building project that they want to go ahead with using a PLA. Staff was also directed to select a roadway project to incorporate a PLA as well, and they are using an apparent threshold of $35 million. Alexandria, they've approved a resolution to amend their fiscal year 2024 budget to include consideration of PLAs, $35 million threshold as well, and they specifically want to analyze local preferences and SWAM impacts. There's nothing concrete in the pipeline yet, but they're potentially waiting until there's a construction project large enough to warrant consideration. Fairfax is moving forward with the PLA. We don't have a lot of details. They've decided to go the direct route, and while they are negotiating their PLAs, they don't want to put too much out there yet in terms of sharing their what they've got. And DC, they do have PLAs. Their threshold is $75 million, typically large-scale horizontal construction projects. And that's what's going on around us. And with that, I'm going to pass it back to Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Dan. So before we hand it over to the board for questions, I did want to ask, what I'm asking for today is for you to endorse the concept of project labor agreements. I mean, you've tasked us with coming back with this report, and specifically endorse the indirect approach that staff just discussed. And to give you more context about that, to add what Daniel said, given the threshold involved, this would be something that I think we're unlikely to see a specific project come before you for a while. With the CIP planning that's coming up, we don't actually envision any projects that are going to cross that $25 million threshold on the county side anytime soon. But with that, we're looking for your thoughts, and that is our recommendation. So back to you, Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz, Mr. Stern. Comments? I'd like to start off, take the chair's prerogative, Vice Chair Garvey, if I could. So I appreciate the presentation. I thought it was well laid out, but some of the pros of PLAs generally, I think, I'd love to get your comment on. One, there's the benefit of people who do work that is funded by taxpayers don't get exploited under PLA regimes as compared to the status quo, which exists rampantly. And while it's not a problem we've experienced in Arlington for sure, because we haven't done audits, it seems that the preponderance of the evidence suggests that it's a fairly rampant issue within the industry. Is that something you generally concur with?
What portion exactly?
Wage exploitation of workers.
Sure, yes.
Okay. Secondly, I've read some recent literature that also talks about PLAs being at least associated with a culture of whistleblowing at construction sites where there may be shortcuts taken on performance of contracts, that there's some association of there being this greater buy-in on the workers to ensure that the sort of public goals were being met. So, identifying when faulty concrete is being poured or other issues. Is that something that you've come across in your expansive work? I've only recently, so I just want to know whether this is sort of widespread or some cherry-picked anecdotes that support the case.
In terms of PLAs taking care of that sort of thing?
I'm not taking care of, just sort of being associated with a whistleblower culture that has actually benefited public agencies that have PLA regimes.
Frankly, I don't have a lot of information with that, but I believe that the structure is there to make sure that if there is that sort of issue, there are guidelines in place to make sure that they can say what they need to, that they've got a pipeline through which they can put those complaints. And yeah, that's definitely something that we want to look at, yeah.
Sure, thank you. And the last one, it would also seem that a potential benefit of PLAs is that it provides a greater opportunity for a particular locality to leverage its dollars to accomplish maybe some other community priorities, whether it has a desire to provide hiring opportunities for harder to reach populations, training opportunities for hard to reach populations, whatever the case may be. That's a benefit that's widely associated with PLAs as well, right?
Certainly, yeah. And more specifically under the direct method, the issue that can sometimes come up is that if you are introducing that into your PLA, you need to make sure that that clearly hits, there have to be numbers in place. You can't arbitrarily say what you would like to see. That's got to be grounded in a need.
Sure.
Now, what you could also do is to say on an indirect, here is what we would like to see, and move in that direction towards it.
Thank you. All right, Vice Chair. No, you're good? Yeah. Ms. Talento.
I just have a quick question. You mentioned you're looking at the impacts on our SWAMs, but as you're moving forward in this. So I just in general, I support the work that you're doing, but I would be curious. I would like to hear more about how you're looking at our SWAMs and the impacts. I know that you in our briefings you mentioned that, but if you could share a little bit about that work, as far as just for clarity, I am the only concern I have with this project. There's really just one, is does it have a negative impact on our SWAMs getting contracts with us, right? There may be ability to mitigate that. There may be ways to provide other incentives for maybe smaller projects. I don't know any of those answers, but I understand that you've been doing some work there. If you could just share a little bit about how you'll be looking at that and maybe when you might be able to share what you're learning.
Yes, thank you for the question. So the county is currently in the midst of conducting what's called a procurement disparity study, which is the precursor for the implementation of any number of SWAM-focused procurement programs and policies. So what our disparity study will look at is the county's past procurement behavior and results, and specifically determine whether or not we have any disconnect or really shortcomings in our historic use of SWAM vendors across all of the commodities that we historically procure. So included in that will certainly be construction. It is a huge focus, and we will learn more over, I think that study really will probably be ongoing over about the next year. And so I think about this time next year, we should have some really good findings to share with you on what our historic practices and results have been. At that point, we can start to dig in and figure out what sort of programs and policies are appropriate to put into place to mitigate any shortcomings we have or disparities. I say all that because obviously PLAs will be happening in parallel. I think there are some known concerns that we have with, again, historic underparticipation in unions by SWAM contractors. And because of that, we do anticipate probably some growing pains for our SWAM community on project labor agreement projects. However, I think it's important to keep in mind that's a subset of our total procurement activity, our total buying power. It is by no means a majority, but it is something that part of the reason, and we want to not take our time with PLAs, but we want to be very thoughtful when we're going into our first PLAs and just figure out what those impacts are, learn more, and then hopefully, in addition to the disparity work where we're trying to solve kind of largely for our SWAM disparities, hopefully we can figure out some nice mechanisms to incorporate into our project labor agreements to help on that side as well.
Excellent. I appreciate you sharing that, and I do think that it's in some ways a great timing to have it running in parallel so that you can take advantage of what PLAs may come while you're doing this study and move forward with some holistic recommendations on how to support both our unions and our SWAM. So thank you for that work and for the presentation today. Thank you, Chair Dorsey.
Thank you. And before moving on to Mr. DeFerranti, it strikes me that we probably never did the whole jargon check thing. SWAM, small comma, women, comma, and minority-owned businesses. For those of you who are following at home, who are wondering what the heck they're talking about. Okay, Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Chair Dorsey, and for the questions, Ms. Talento. I appreciate them. Part of the briefing we really focused on, that we got earlier, really focused on these questions. So I'm very thankful. I support the indirect approach. It's been a few minutes since since we last had a conversation with you about this, and so I'm wondering what led to the 25 million level. I certainly want to be careful to make sure that this process is fully inclusive of SWAM businesses for sure. I also feel as though the level, we had some discussion of the level on prevailing wage, and turned out to be, there's what you need for compliance and then what you would need for enforcement, which are a little different. So can you say a little more about what led to 25 million and, advantages of, eager to get moving on this, but also want to do so in a way where we have identified issues like direct versus indirect and are in good shape to actually do this well. So.
Sure. So I'll take that one as well. So traditionally, project labor agreements are employed for large, complex construction projects. And so with the 25 million, what we were trying to arrive at is what is a large construction project for Arlington County. Mm-hmm. And without getting into too much painful math, it's really a construct of how we typically procure construction. And so under the Virginia Public Procurement Act, we are able to use what are called on-call design services contractors to do a lot of our architecture and engineering work. We can do that work up to $2.5 million without separately going out and doing an RFP for it. And so, traditionally, design phase is approximately 10%. It's one measure, 10% of a total construction project. So if you say, if the design work is greater than $2.5 million, we would typically have to procure that individually, which is indicative of a large construction project and would typically be sized around 25 million. I know that's weedy and probably a little bit, that's how we arrived at the 25 million. We were trying to be thoughtful and not arbitrary while arriving at how Arlington County actually procures construction.
Thank you. That's very helpful. If I were confident, I'd say it's an elegant solution, but I also don't know that I'm quite that confident in all regards with respect to it, but it does make some sense. It's very helpful. I'm fully supportive of moving forward with this work and would really be eager to see if we can start with an example while mindful that it takes a lot of work and there are a lot of difficult challenges to work through. So thank you to each of you and also to the manager and Ms. Cowan for bringing it forward, and we eager to work in this space. Thanks.
Mr. Carantonis.
Thank you. Mr. DeFerranti, just as a note, as we've seen in the last slide, 25 million is significantly less, so the threshold is lower than 35 million that we have with our significantly bigger neighbors here, and some are not even, they haven't even determined this. So I feel this is a good start. And by the way, you say that you will be monitoring and reporting on how this works, right? I have a question on how exactly the indirect method works. So there is a competitive, we bid something out, a competitive process. We probably will say what is a target price, more or less, and we ask for or put out a spec sheet for a project, and we get general contractors coming in. We are expecting them then at this point to have negotiated with unions and trades and have built this all in their bid, correct? And they have to specify they did that.
Well, they would certainly need to tackle it before they put their bid in. Yes, yeah, they would need to go and they could negotiate and come back and say, we can do it. Here are the stipulations that we've negotiated. At which point it becomes generalized procurement, I would imagine.
If I could, I'll add a little bit to that. Thank you, Daniel. Of course, the information would need to be, however we're going to handle the PLA, it would have to be included in the solicitation that we put on the street. So any contractor would have to know whether they're going to do the negotiation and what all the processes would be ahead of time. So if it required them to have something negotiated, we would actually spell that out. But of course, we'd have to work with the county attorney's office and determine what that language would be. But it would definitely have to be upfront in any solicitation.
Okay, so that means that we'll have also a means of checking whether, they are compliant with what they signed on to, right?
That's correct. We would have evaluation criteria that would cover what we are requiring and making sure that they're responsive to that.
Correct.
According to the written document.
So do we have any idea, so from jurisdictions close by who are using that, is there any estimate of how much more this adds to the cost of a average project? If there is some, feel free to tell me that there is no such thing as an estimate of that.
You turn it off.
Yeah. Yes. No, we don't have anything like that yet because generally around here, everybody is starting. So yeah, we don't have any information on that quite yet.
But as bids come in for a certain project, we will have kind of a measure to see, how it works. This is part of the reporting of, of performance, right?
It's somewhat hard to. It's very hard to measure that. And part of the reason is it's highly dependent upon your baseline labor market. PLAs in some cases could have very marginal cost impacts if you already have a heavily unionized labor market. And perhaps a lot of the conditions of a PLA are pretty normal within the labor market. In other cases, you can have a much greater disparity between what a PLA would include and what the norm is. So it's hard for us to gauge that right now. As Daniel mentioned, Northern Virginia in general, is not a market that has a lot of experience with PLAs. There are certainly examples out there, but it will be a learning experience. Now, to your second question of, is this something that's immediately and directly measurable at the time bids are received? Generally, no, because we wouldn't ask for like A/B pricing. We're not going to say, give us your pricing without a PLA and give us your pricing with a PLA. We're just going to say, this project requires a PLA, and we will not sign on the dotted line for the contract until you have successfully negotiated a PLA with labor. So it's a little bit hard you don't get that kind of direct comparison.
Thank you. And the incorporation of SWAM businesses and the diversity, I'm happy to see that we are doing the disparity study for procurement in general, but normally I've seen contracts like these, they have like reporting mechanism inside that say so many SWAM, so many women-owned, so many, out of region, in region, etc. And sometimes they have even quality agreements that they say we openly procured from a pool of contractors for, I don't know, the tiling work on airport bathrooms, for example. And this is sometimes part of the specs of a project. So
Yeah, that's fair. I think the first part of your statement is potentially something we could do sooner, which would be requiring our general contractors that we actually, again, issue a contract or sign a contract with. We could require greater reporting to better understand the profile of their subcontractors. We don't currently do a lot of that. It's actually part of what the disparity study is trying to cut through is getting that information that historically the county has not collected. I think that's good. I think that's a good thought for us to take back and figure out how we can work in. The second part of putting requirements on our GCs to have certain levels of participation of SWAM vendors or local vendors, that's something that until we have the results of our disparity study becomes a little bit legally tenuous. So I think that's something we'll look at after we get the disparity study.
Fair. I'm very supportive of that. Thank you so much for the work. I look forward to this learning curve. I have to tell you that further in my professional past, I was somebody who was trying to comply with PLA bids, and I learned one thing. It's an excellent instrument to make it a little bit more transparent for all of us what's happening on the other side. And if we choose to look into that, we have now a pathway to look into that. This is actually really supportive of the public interest. Thank you.
Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. And I also want to thank you for all the good work and the briefing. We had a really good briefing, which we managed to, kind of get my head around these issues. Just want to verify, it's my understanding we will decide project by project which one we might want to do a PLA with. We might, in other words, if we do it with one project, we don't have to do it with another one, right? Which is great. And I absolutely, would prefer from the little bit that I know here, the indirect method. I'm not quite sure why anyone would want to do the direct method, but apparently Fairfax is giving it a whirl, so we can find out how it works for them, which is handy. It also sounds like we've got a lot of opportunity to see how this is going to work out before we kind of really plunge in, so I think that's great. And I remember in our discussion, I think we talked about how the frankly, I don't like SWAM. I really think it ought to be WAMs because it's not small women. It's women and minority-owned small businesses. Am I correct? I think that's, it's just, anyway. For small businesses that are women and minority-owned, we've got some ways maybe of dealing with the issue that they have where I think with union contract there's I believe what you said was some of it is that it requires putting money into a retirement fund or putting money into some benefits. Is that correct? That's kind of part of the issue with the union, that the unions have it and the other, if you don't have a union employees, you might not have that. Is that correct? Maybe not.
Certainly, yeah. So you've got a union pension plan and you are part of a PLA to which all of the contractors are bound, and you now have to, as part of this PLA, you've got to pay into the pension. And for contractors who are not unionized, are they going to be able to see that benefit once this PLA is done ever? They're putting part of their money into it, but it's not necessarily something that is going to benefit them or their employees. And so, even they may not even decide to try to bid as a sub on the contract if there's an issue like that.
Right, and I think if they might get around that by sort of setting up, I think 401k, I think is what it's called. In other words, not a union pension, but some other kind of retirement fund, and that might be a way for them to provide that for the employees that are not unionized. Is that correct?
That may be possible, yeah.
Okay.
If you can set up any number of provisions on the PLA, that's certainly possible.
Yeah, thank you. That might do a lot to improve the sort of the benefits for all employees, everyone. So it might really be a good thing. I think that this sounds great, and I'm glad we're going to be able to watch it a little bit and see what happens before we kind of really plunge in. And again, the indirect method sounds way better, and I'll be interested to find out what happens with Fairfax. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. And I'll just add, I certainly look forward to this as someone who's championed this broadly, and note that as the federal government has an executive order for construction projects over 35 million, this is becoming, as the chart showed, an increasing part of what we're doing regionally. The more these will sort of set the floor for how projects are done, and the less of an impact of any will be discernible on price and costs. And I will say there is substantial literature out there on whether or not PLAs add to project costs in construction, housing, et cetera. Full disclosure, my former employer, the Economic Policy Institute, has done some of, I think, the country's preeminent work on this to show that there's not a discernible cost. EPI's work is peer-reviewed, and so I think it stands up against some of the other ideologically based or biased studies that are out there. But be that as it may, I actually want to get to the larger point of this. You know, the benefits of this for a community, I think, are a lot more substantial than simply any discernment of a price increase. You know, we as a body, and you all colleagues will next year look at a capital improvement program that has significantly higher costs per unit of work or product delivery than you were expecting before. And those are usually just sort of absorbed as, oh, you know, inflation, things cost more, and therefore we'll have taxpayers pay more. And hopefully there's a similar approach taken to, if there is, cost escalators associated with making sure our public dollars are delivering good quality jobs and people aren't exploited, that we value that just as much as maybe the increase that may be due to, you know, general inflation. So thank you for the good work, and I definitely think that the work that you're doing on the disparity study will make sure that any potential negative impacts on women and minority-owned small businesses is reduced and actually mitigated. And I know that within this region, there's a lot of work on the part of unions and other groups to uplift those target contractors in the industry. So thank you. Anything else, Mr. Schwartz?
That concludes my report.
Okay, with that, the board is going to recess our recessed meeting, and we will resume no earlier. We'll resume actually at 6:30. So we'll see everyone then. would return to the front. I'd like to begin.
Les agents des routes retirent la boue, les morceaux de bois. On travaille dans une salle alors que la pluie recommence à tomber.
All right, good evening, everyone. The board is back in open session, and just a few quick announcements before we begin with our evening's agenda. For those of you who are going to be speaking tonight and you are here with us in the room, the podium height can be adjusted by pressing either the up or the down arrow, which is located to the right of the microphone. Please make sure that you speak clearly into that microphone, which is always on, so you do not need to press anything, so that everyone can hear you. And if you have documents that you'd like to submit as part of your testimony this evening, if you would please hand those to our clerk, Ms. Jacobs, who is seated to my right. Make sure that on each document, your name and contact information is prominently located on them. For those of you who are joining us as part of our hybrid meeting remotely, please keep your microphones muted and your cameras off until you are called on to speak. If you are participating via phone, please press *6 to unmute yourself. And if you are using Teams on either an app or a browser, you can use the microphone button on the toolbar. With that, I think we're ready to get started. And first, we have consideration of our consent agenda speakers. So, Ms. Jacobs, do we have any speakers for the item that was removed from consent?
Yes, our first speaker is Joan McIntyre, followed by Jillian Burgess.
Good evening, I'm Joan McIntyre, speaking for the Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission. To start, I'd like to express my appreciation for the thorough review and assessment of the arts, the current performance and existing gaps, and the extensive engagement with current writers for this plan. The proposed improvements, extending hours, increasing frequencies, and modifying routes will certainly prove a more convenient and better experience for riders. Moving forward, though, I encourage Arlington County to develop a bold and more creative strategy in providing transit and micromobility options that is more attuned to the transportation needs of all community members for convenient and affordable transit and can serve to reduce reliance on single occupancy vehicles. Transportation accounts for almost 40% of our greenhouse gas emissions, and transportation from vehicles within Arlington nearly 25%. Recently published survey data demonstrates the continued reliance on our cars, with over 60% of daily trips by car, either solo trips or with others. At the same time, available data indicates that even before the pandemic, ridership of art and other public transit was largely stagnant. Data in the art technical report show that the art buses operate considerably below capacity, and for some routes under 5 passengers per hour. The reality is that for many in Arlington, you simply can't get there from here via public transit. To meet our climate goals, we need to sharply reduce vehicle miles traveled. While this is a goal stated in the Master Transportation Plan, the CEP, and forthcoming Decarbonization of Transportation Plan, targets and implementation actions are vague, and they were not addressed in this plan. As a starting point, Arlington could adopt a vision of meeting the transportation needs for most everyone traveling within Arlington and through Arlington by transit and public transit. C2E2 in its letter on the Transit Strategic Plan in July offered some recommendations and starting points. First, working with APS to integrate the transportation needs of middle and high school students into art operations. The iRide program has proven very popular, and the TSP includes some adjustments to accommodate student needs. A broader commitment could be a win-win for both art and APS, increasing art ridership and APS. Second, expand the proposed microtransit pilot for small areas northwest of Arlington and all neighborhoods north of Langston Boulevard, replacing the current bus services. These routes are very underutilized, averaging under 5 readers per on-demand transit with electric or vans or shuttle buses and appropriate software would be able to continue to meet the needs of existing riders while offering flexibility in new riders. In addition to reducing
Thank you, Ms.
Okay,
McIntyre.
thank you.
We do have your letter, so we
Okay.
appreciate your comments here this
Great,
evening.
thank you.
Next speaker is Jillian Burgess.
Ms. Burgess, are you joining us remotely?
Do not see Ms. Burgess online.
Okay, and we do not see her in the room. So with that, Ms. Jacobs, are you ready to call our consent item?
Yes. Okay, item number 7, the fiscal year 2025-2035 Arlington Transit Strategic Plan and recommendations for Arlington Transit bus service.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. With us this evening to present is Lynn Rivers, Paul Mornier, and Hui Huang, and, Greg Emanuel. Oh, I think it's over to you, Lynn.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We have a presentation to provide for that talks about the strategic plan. Should be coming up. There we go. And this presentation discusses all of the recommendations that we've provided for the strategic plan and goes over the public engagement we've had over the past year and a half. And then we get into more specifics about where we are suggesting making improvements to the art service. Next slide. This slide really just talks about the desired outcomes that we've had for the plan since the beginning. We determined what our vision and mission is for the transit service, and we actually asked the community about that. That was one of the first actions that we took, was to just go over what our vision, mission, goals were. And as you see here, the overwhelming goals we have are about safety and quality performance of service, equity and sustainability, and communication and collaboration. Next slide. So our desired outcome is also to talk about the implementation strategy. As I mentioned, we're going to talk about the public engagement, how we reach people, what we heard, and our recommended service changes. Next slide. The slide actually shows how the county is broken down and how we're looking at it with regards to our outcomes and what we are planning for this 10-year plan. The plan is to improve service to key destinations throughout the county, to make it simpler to use art throughout the county, make it more efficient and equitable, and then provide more convenient and reliable service overall as for off-peak and weekend service. Next slide. And as I mentioned earlier, we prioritize how we are providing our recommendations. The first, obviously, at the top is safety and quality and performance, again, equity and sustainability, and communication and collaboration. Next slide. So implementation strategy, as I mentioned, this is a 10-year plan, and the recommendations that we provided have been prioritized. We initially looked at our current performance, and we layered that on with the public feedback and looked at what the system impact would be to all of the priorities and the performance that we have. We're looking at the new standards. As we are aware, there are new travel patterns post-pandemic, and we are addressing that through this plan and providing more service during, as I mentioned, off-peak hours and weekend service. And then this plan is a living, breathing plan. It is something that we revisit every year And it's a part of the DRPT mandate as we review and they review how they will provide assistance to us over the course of the 10 years. And we will look at the performance standards and our metrics that will guide all of what we do and how we review the plan. And then also, this plan also is based on the funding resources that we have to implement. There have been a number of studies that have been included transit for the past year and a half. And these are just outlined here, some that are included, but our focus tonight is on the strategic plan. So as I mentioned earlier, this is how we got here. We've had engagements over the past year. And with all of that information, all of that feedback, we've looked at where the gaps and needs analysis are. We came back during this past summer as we shared what our recommendations were. And so we're at this point now where we're talking about this is our final plan that we would like to introduce and have adopted. This just describes the type of public engagement that we had over the past year. We had an overwhelming response of feedback. We had over 1,800 responses. We did 18 pop-up events where people provided their information and how they see the future of art. And we took all of that information, compiled it, and went back to our various areas to determine what this all means as far as art in the next stage of art over the next 10 years. Next slide. And these are the buckets where we heard information. Overwhelmingly, the response was customers wanted to see more frequency, wanted to see an increased service span and hours of operation, and being able to connect anywhere throughout the county. And the other topics that we heard, reliability, accessibility, communication, customer service, the quality of our vehicles, safety, and questions came up about offering free service as well. And these are some of the most recent feedback that we received over this past summer, where we heard questions and requests to provide either rerouting some of the service or expanding the service, extending the service to go to various places in the area that to offer one-seat ride. And then also on the Art 55 route, the Langston Boulevard service, being able to align ourselves with the planned Langston Boulevard study. We worked very closely with them, and our plan is to adjust as that plan adjusts and as development occurs on Langston Boulevard. These are to just highlight some of the recommendations that we have in the short term, and then I'll just identify short term is in the first 1 to 2 years. Possibly 3 years, but some of the first things that got our attention and with our priorities was about, and the first thing you'll see is increasing the 41 and 45, which is service that we've already started, and that is along the Columbia Pike corridor. What you see, Route 53 and 61, we show that as a potential to actually make adjustments together on that. I'll also drop down to Route 84, which would be extending that service from Shirlington to a service over to Pentagon City. And then finally, we're looking at how we could possibly just change what some of the routing and some of the numbering is for some of our services. The midterm services that we've introduced is services that you see more in the 3 to 5 year, 3 to 6 year. And I'll highlight, for instance, on the Route 43, which is a very popular art route that is express service between Crystal City and this location now, but we are planning to, or recommending to extend that service to Clarendon Boulevard. I'll highlight Route 54, where the suggestion is to have new service, and that would cover some of the gaps that we have seen on the Art 72 service. But this additional route would help to cover service to Williamsburg Middle School, Yorktown High School, and Marymount University. We also note in the midterm about proposing potential to use implement microtransit in this particular area that we've highlighted. You'll see in the north, if you can tell on the screen where the pointer is, where we see that this is area where there is a potential for microtransit service. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in just a moment. The long-term service is a service that would be suggested for implementation in the 7 to 10-year time frame. In that service, we are suggesting that we provide future service, that we connect to future service for the Route 7 BRT. This is a service that is being planned through Fairfax County and WMATA and making connections near the East Falls Church area. Again, this is showing some service that might be a little bit out of our boundaries, but we are highlighting it specifically because we want to make sure that that's a connection that will not be missed for the county. And then I'll also note the Route 85, where there's suggestion to implement that service. That's what I mentioned earlier, coming from Shirlington, to actually go beyond to Crystal City and to possibly proceed to Potomac Yard. Again, these are areas where we say new that might be outside of our boundaries, but these are areas in which we feel that these should be highlighted and that this would be implemented in the later part of our implementation timeline. Next slide. As I mentioned, we talked about areas of potential for microtransit. We've been talking about it for some time. In the previous TDP, we suggested that there would be areas in which there could be microtransit. And let me just highlight what microtransit means to us. It really is a demand response service. It's a service that's provided in areas that shows low performance, where the riders per hour are lower than our standards. And in this case, microtransit can be implemented in a number of ways. And what we did a few years ago was had an initial study done in collaboration with MWCOG, in which they and we worked together to look at 6 different peers with urban areas similar to Arlington, and looked at the various models that they used to implement microtransit service, and each one did something different, whether it was turnkey, whether it was just using technology. They all implemented something different. And through that study, we have information that we actually have posted on our website that talks about the potential to implement microtransit. And so we feel that it's been a few years that we need to go back and revisit that. But you would have noticed that in the early part of our implementation, we suggest the first step, which is right now, the area in which we're suggesting could potentially have it is an area where we've just had peak hour service. So the question is it that people aren't riding because those buses only show up during the peak? Or now that we know that people are traveling at different times of day, evening, weekends, that an investment can be made to put service in those time periods? And we look at that and we monitor it closely and see if that is what will it take to entice people and encourage people to use transit. If that doesn't work, then we move into the microtransit area. And that's typically how microtransit starts, with those investments into changing how it looks on various time periods of the day. As we talked with other stakeholders, Transportation Commission, they have been aware of how we've looked at microtransit. And there's been, some concerns raised that a lot of agencies start microtransit And it really is meant to be an interim measure. And so it starts, and they average about 2 to 3 years when the ridership actually builds. And it's at that point you move back to fixed route service. So the request is that we look for very successful examples as examples to implement microtransit. And the last thing, I'll just mention that the TSP is an annual update. It's something that we look at very closely every year. And so by reviewing our performance, reviewing how people are actually using the service, that's also an indicator of what option we may choose to do microtransit. Next slide. So these slides, the next 2 slides, actually talk about the costs that we have determined it would take to implement this plan. And this would be if everything that we suggested would be able to be implemented. We've cautioned as we've gone through the public engagement that this plan is based on resources. The availability, you will notice, I'll just drop to that bottom line, that over the course of 10 years, if everything was implemented, that this plan would be an additional $10 million, $10 million worth of investment. Again, this is based on whether we were able to do it from local funds, but we also seek grant funding. We are as a matter of fact, using some funds right now, the fare-free service that we're providing during the AM and PM peaks, that is being provided through MBTC, Commuter Choice. And so we anticipate applying for opportunities like that in order to help implement this plan. Next slide. This slide actually shows where we are with regards to the adopted CIP, the current CIP that we're in. We use some of the funding that we have comes through the CIP. So with the combination of grant funding and what's in the current CIP, this is just an overview of where we see our totals would be with regards to how much could be funded, how much would be funded, and what would the variance be, and what would the totals be with regards to funds that we would need for this plan. Again, this is a comparison of the existing CIP, and obviously we're going through a process now where we will hopefully adopt a new one in next spring. That is the end of the presentation. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much, Ms. Rivers. The discussion is now with the county board. Colleagues, Mr. Carantonis, why don't you start us off with a motion?
Yes. For purposes of the discussion, I am pleased to move the county manager's recommendation to adopt the attached to this item, number 23, I believe, fiscal year 2025 to fiscal year 2034 Transit Strategic Plan for submission to the Virginia Department of Rail and Public Transportation.
Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. DeFerranti. Mr. Carantonis?
Thank you. I'm pleased to move that, and I was very comfortable actually to support the initial consent item, but I think that it merits some conversation because every time that our community reads a strategic plan, not everybody sees the next part of that says, this is a mandatory document that we have to deliver to the authorities in Virginia. But at the same time, it also reflects how we think about transit, how we think about the evolution of transit, how we respond to the challenges that we have right now. I speak as somebody who uses HART every day, and I will go back home using the 77. I hope that we're going to be on time. So, and I use also the 42, which is 45, sorry, which is a legendary line. So I have to say that the plan indeed distributes service over the territory with an eye and mind on who we serve, who we should be serving best, where the most housing and most jobs are. I see I see new elements. I agree with the new alignments of several lines in there. And I am particularly intrigued on the microtransit proposal. And I have to say, your assurance and the fact that this is a living, breathing document where we can revisit the issue of how do we align with student movements and the needs for student transportation, because this is not only a discussion of the vehicle or the line, it's also a discussion of how safe, how comfortable, how easy it is to board such a bus and to go and to alight, and to have the appropriate terminus for this journey, as many other things, and how to enmesh also with the transportation system of our school system. The very big issue that John McIntyre brought again and again here, and I think it's a good thing to discuss that. How does this entice those who are choice riders, right? Who have other choices, and we want them to make the choice to ride public transit. I think this plan, at this moment, offers the best we can afford to offer. I would agree that some frequencies are not ideal, that we have to provide a service across the territory that is, that needs to be distributed. We cannot afford to have five-minute, headways in some places. Although in some places we are coming pretty close to that, especially on Columbia Pike, in collaboration with our agencies, with WMATA in that case. So to me, it is going to be a very interesting next 1 to 2 years to observe how the system actually reacts to these changes and the new connectivity. On microtransit, I will make a comment later through a question, Mr. Chair. I think I don't want to argue more for adopting the plan at this point.
Thank you. All right. Any other, Mr. DeFranti?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This could probably serve as just a couple of comments and closing comments. I'm supportive of the work and really appreciate staff's, in addition to today, the briefing that we had that really helped. I am not finished writing every line in Arlington, but I'm working on it. And I'm not going to meet Mr. Carantonis or Mr. Dorsey's standard of experience writing yet, but I'm working on it, and I think that there's much more to learn. I'm mindful of the various pieces that are required to service with the new facility that we're bringing online. But the plan as a whole seems to be considering big factors like the change in our schedules and also mindful of both induced demand and actual demand over the medium term. So happy to support it. Mindful that it's important to induce demand wherever we can, and also some of the ridership on a couple of the lines that you've recommended modifications also comports with my thinking. The only other thought I have is I'd love to follow up offline about the website and the contact function. I've started to learn about what I think the reliability comments mean, but I've got more to learn about that, and I'd like to just follow up with a conversation there because, being a few minutes late, we've improved since we've got the new contractor, and I know that's a work in progress, but I'll follow up there. Thanks for the work.
Thank you. Ms. Talento.
I just wanted to thank you for the work of the Transit Strategic Plan. A lot of detail in there. Looks like a true operation that I don't fully recognize the complexity of. But with that in mind, I know that riders learn to access art schedules. A lot of it's online now. I'm assuming that our art schedules are mobile friendly. And so with all that thinking, I am curious how we're going to market the microtransit work that you're looking to do. I understand you may not have that, but I do, it's clear in South Arlington and Central Arlington, and you can see it in the route maps, right? That's where a lot of our ridership is, in the Clarendon Courthouse area, et cetera. But there are times where I'm driving around North Arlington, there'll be people at an ARP bus stop. I'm always fascinated at the time of day, like in the evening, where I would think there might not be transit. I mean, it's not always, but these are clearly people that are working in that vicinity or now going home from a day. And I'm assuming they would be the best people for microtransit. But I'm curious, how are we marketing it to them? Many of them appear to be immigrant community or may speak multiple languages, not unclear which their first language may be. Have we thought about I just don't want us, I guess my big fear is I don't want us to do microtransit and like, well, we didn't get a lot of ridership. And my question would be like, well, how are we marketing that, right? Microtransit in other languages, I don't know if people would understand I didn't know what that was until I learned about it in my other role. And I know OmniRide is doing some great work, or looking at some great pilots in their region for areas of that nature. So I was just, I didn't see a big communication section in the transit plan, so I was just curious if you could speak a little bit on how we're communicating new services and changes, especially something as unique as microtransit that's not as well known in the commuter community.
Well, I would say that what we do, what we do normally with our marketing is that we typically go straight to the communities and the corridors in which the service is going to be operating. We've done everything from putting, I wouldn't say door knockers, that's dating myself, isn't it?
There's some places
They still work. They still work.
It's still great, great community strategy. I promote it, yes, great.
But we actually do information where we send it directly to homes in the corridor. We obviously put things at the bus stops, but we also are working with the local community, with newsletters and places where people are gathering. That's typically how we do it, as well as through our website, through various platforms. When it comes down to what we'll have to do with microtransit, it's going to have to be even more specific than that, because we're going to be focusing on a specific area, and it literally will get down to neighborhoods. Right. And so it will require a little bit more. We haven't gotten to that point yet to think about how that would happen. A lot of that will be determined by what option we use.
Right. You're talking about like the mobile option, like an Uber app style option?
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly, exactly. When microtransit first came on the scene, it literally was about transit agencies buying vehicles and operating it itself. But it has changed, it has morphed over time. I mean, even in the few years when we first started studying it, and it has become more of a app-based, where you have independent companies that come in and actually provide that kind of service. So,
and I would just think one of the things that we have found in other systems is a lot of our communities who may not be as technology savvy may tend to be transit bus riders, at least some. So apps that are familiar to them, so something that looks like an Uber app, people are familiar with that style of transit request. So just thinking about the types of apps that you reach out when you're exploring that, I would just have you consider that it looks something, one, that it's mobile friendly, and two, that it has an operating system that is familiar to English learners, non-English native speakers who, that familiarity is always helpful as you're engaging in new technology. And it'd be really cool to see how that works. I think you're going to get some great stuff. I'm excited about that, those efforts. So thank you for the work that you're doing. And I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Chairs.
Thank you. Ms. Garvey, before I get to you, you mind if I take the floor for a second? So thank you for the work. And just to context set and make sure I have it all right, because the degree of which we have various plans can be very confusing. So the TSP is a requirement of the Department of Rail and Public Transportation of all agencies that are, meet the guidelines for the amount of buses and the amount of people that we have within our jurisdiction, and is a requirement in order to have state funding. And as such, they have a lot of guidelines, 25 pages of guidelines associated with what we must comply with. And my guess is that this, like the predecessor transit development plan, Arlington satisfies those requirements and kind of goes beyond. And so I think what's kind of happened in the community is a blurring of the lines between this required document and some of the other elements of participatory planning in Arlington, like the comprehensive plan, and people are blurring the two together, whereas the comprehensive plan does allow for us to explore some of the more ambitious things that we would like to do over the planning period. But in fact, my understanding of the TSP guidelines are what is required is that we deliver to them a financially constrained plan. So it cannot contain our ambitious desires that haven't been fully thought out and married with a way to pay for it. Is that a fair representation?
It is.
Okay.
It is.
So I think, just as important for us as we consider this, we're trying to do a little bit of both, sort of lean forward and lean into being aggressive with these goals, but we cannot responsibly put something out there that we don't have a path to marry with our existing processes for transit funding, whether it be our annual sort of bus service deliveries from annual bus operations changes that come from WMATA, which are married with the objectives that we get through partnerships with groups like NBTC, as well as our own annual art planning. Like, this all has to fit within that universe, and it can't exist separate and apart as our ambitious 10-year plan for everything that we might like to do with transit. It's got to fill a specific void. And I think in that sense, this is really, it's a terrific piece of work to satisfy those state requirements, but also to allow us to maybe go a little bit beyond just the sort of standard required fare. So I appreciate this work. I appreciate the analysis that went into it, and I certainly appreciate the engagement. I think we have done a lot of engagement for a pro forma submission to the state, if you will. So thank you for that. I think it's to our benefit, and ultimately, I'm very happy to support it. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm going to support it too. And I appreciate our chair kind of reminding us what this is, because we can't, at the end, it all gets kind of blurred. We get wrapped up in it. Oh, right, this is something we have to do within a structure. A little bit more on microtransit. I think, so I'm familiar with, things like jitneys and tuk-tuks and these little, that are essentially lawnmowers that are, they run around the cities. I've ridden in them. It's quite, and actually they work pretty darn well. That's, I think, a form of microtransit. Is that correct? I hear you. Good, okay. And then, so can you give me, I'm just wondering, are there some examples, really in this country, in a community that's kind of like ours, where microtransit is working pretty well? I just wondering if there's some other models out there where it's really working, because I think it feels like this is a real challenge, but an important one to crack if we can.
There are, and I wish I had the study right in front of me. Just
later is fine. I mean,
okay.
Yeah.
Which of the cities that we looked at, and it does work initially. It does. What happens over time, and I think the thought is that microtransit is there for a specific community, and it's always there in this community. As I mentioned, it's an interim step. You go from fixed route service, where you expect 15, 20 people an hour, maybe, that would use fixed route buses. That drops. You don't want to leave people stranded, so you find another way to provide that service. And that's where microtransit steps in. And that's where you see the smaller vehicles, the vehicles that are shuttling people from a neighborhood to the closest transit hub. And you get people used to using transit. That's really what it's meant to do. And you build up that service, you build up the thought of moving into fixed route service, and then you put fixed route back again, because microtransit is more expensive than fixed route service. And so the things that you describe, microtransit does work, and it always works initially, because you're still servicing people who need the service. But it gets to a point that it gets to be so many people that you move back into fixed route service again.
Interesting. I'd love, if you could just forward that report to me later, because I maybe have missed it. You may have sent it, but thank you. Yeah. But I'm fine to report to support this.
Thank you. Mr. Karen Thomas.
Just the last one. That's a question. So in all this conversation and in future reviews, what's the best way to include the student transit element in our planning here, even if it's not explicitly required by the plan? It's basically an alignment of networks, and not only an alignment geographically, but it's an alignment of service, right? So I see, for example, that ART has been exquisitely responsive to that in places where I know that added service when it needed, northbound, southbound, et cetera, the hours that needed, and adapted to the number of students that were traveling. So what will be needed to have a visible footprint of that in the plan?
So we're getting ready to pull up the slide that talks about all of the improvements that we're making to our services and how they would impact the schools. And I think it's coming up in just a moment. And this is just based on the feedback. What you'll see is based on the feedback that we got directly from schools. Part of our public engagement, actually, we visited schools to ask the students, what are your thoughts about art? Obviously, we've been promoting the iRide card, and there's free service with the usage of the iRide card on art. And I'll say that we'll be starting the Metro bus service fairly soon, I think within the next few weeks. But it goes to show that there is actually, there you go. So these are all of the routes that we have in place right now. And these are the recommendations that we've included to enhance the school service that we have right now. These, the 41, we're suggesting to increase the frequencies. And when we say increase frequencies, it's not just during the peak period when students are riding, but this also means for them to be able to use buses after they get out of school. So there are some suggestions of increasing frequencies after a school day is over. Let me point to another one. Route 51, Swanson Middle School. ART didn't directly provide service to Swanson. Metro is close to Swanson. But now we're suggesting adjusting one of our routes so that the ART route actually goes by Swanson Middle School. And I just wanted to highlight all of these to show you that these are already being addressed in the plan that you see before you.
Thank you, and that's extremely helpful. Now, the next step for me would be to be very clear that these schools have to promote the service actually internally. So, to have a decent transit screen, to have a kind of a map to show, students where the bus goes and where the bus comes, to actually, introduce them to public transit, which I've seen that happening with 41, for example, at the Career Center and at 77, and that's marvelous. I mean, this is a very good experience for everybody, including the educators who are supervising them. So thank you so much for that. And on microtransit, I'm already excited about the upcoming discussion. I know that we were just in the VACO conference, and people from Wise County, Harrisonburg, Hampton Roads, they all have DRPT funded microtransit projects, and I think that they are we could be hoovering experiences from them, different settings, but system is that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. If I could just add one more thing, our
Please.
coordination with APS, we meet monthly with them. They have reviewed our plan, they give us feedback. So we have an ongoing communication and collaboration with APS.
Excellent. Let's put also the bus stops and the whole infrastructure there to work for us.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for surfacing that, Mr. Karantonis. I think if people are able to digest that slide, one of the things that you'll note is that every single Arlington Middle School and every single Arlington High School is not only served by bus routes that are planned for increased service and frequency, but those routes connect them perhaps to where they may reside, but it also connects them to other areas of interest like libraries, community centers. So, you know, students throughout the county do have options to use our public bus system in order to access areas that may enrich them, may keep them safe, and provide them for opportunities to responsibly join with other teens. So, you know, clearly our work is to maximize that to the greatest extent possible, because I know that that's all an area of interest for us. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to highlight, because we're talking about this, it tripped my mind to an action that you, I think, highlighted from last month with a bus stop that we approved to help with outside of Kenmore. And I know that Mr. Carantonis has worked on it, and there are those in the audience who care a lot about that. But that does not mean that the bus stop is there. It's the next step, and we are all eager for that to move more quickly. But a thank you to the team for working on that, and we're working on getting that bus stop there.
Okay, I think we're now ready to move to a vote on Mr. Carantonis' motion to approve the 2025 to 35 Arlington Strategic Plan minor update, even though it's a major body of work. That's DRPT language, right? I still don't understand why they call it a minor update if it's 333 pages, but be that as it may, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now ready to move on to our regular agenda items for the evening. Ms. Jacobs, are you prepared to call the first one?
Item number 23, financial results and closeout for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023. This is the public hearing and board action.
Okay, so we had the presentation on Saturday, and we are now ready to hear from our public. If there are any speakers who have signed up to speak on this closeout item, and then the discussion will be with the board for a motion to consider those recommendations from the manager. Do we have any public speakers, Ms. Jacobs?
Yes, we do. Just need one moment here. Our first speaker is Emily Linnemeyer, followed by Janeth Valenzuela.
Hi, should I go ahead?
Yes, please. Thank you.
So I'm speaking tonight about the need for funding for more after-school programming for historically underserved teens in Arlington. I'm a parent of a freshman at Wakefield and a 7th grader at Gunston, both of whom also attended Claremont Elementary School. And I have enjoyed watching them and their friends and peers grow up. Yet I'm very concerned about the youth behavioral health challenges our Arlington youth are facing now. They include mental health issues and substance abuse, which have resulted in overdoses and deaths of our beloved children. As parents and community members, we must take swift action to prevent and better intervene in these situations. As a volunteer with Voice, I've participated this year in behavioral health listening sessions with over 200 diverse middle and high school students in APS, as well as educators and parents. The 3 biggest solutions from students were to provide more behavioral health supports through the schools, more engaging and impactful substance abuse education, including training in Narcan during the school day, and the opportunity for high school and middle school students to attend high-quality, free after-school programming. I thank the county manager for proposing $500,000 of closeout funding toward this goal, and also strongly request that $2 million is allocated to reach more students. All of our community's children deserve access to quality programming and support for their behavioral health needs. I want to continue to enjoy watching my children and their friends and peers growing and thriving. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, our next speaker is Janeth Valenzuela, followed by Cynthia Cutter.
Good evening. I wanted to give you a few important dates that impacted our community so that you can approve this request of programming after schools. 2022, a school year, parents asked county board members and delegates to help us see how can we close the vaping shops that start proliferating around our middle schools. The response, nothing could be done since all permits were in order. ASHPA insisted with its advocacy. In October, we already sound the alarm that students were consuming harmful things in the schools. The same month, we had a case of overdose where a student spent 17 hours in a coma and was found unconscious outside the school. October, November, December, and part of January, we continue advocating for better control and restrictions on vape shops. On January 31st, 2023, unfortunately, we lost Sergio Flores due to an overdose at his school. This led to many meetings with parents where more than 200 parents came to bring their concerns. ASHPA took notes of everything that the parents were demanding, and the results of these very important meetings were sent to APS. In these meetings, you could hear and see how parents were worried and desperate about this situation. In May, ASHPA compiled another letter and sent to the county and school board members and APS, requesting that after-school programs be created in the schools. We are ending the year, and once again, we mourn the death of another student, Jorge Chavarria. Parents are asking for quality programs to be created in the schools, focused on rescuing our children from the clutches of this poison. We are before you to ask to approve the money to implement programs for our children. Recently, ASHPA did a survey with parents, and in less than a week, we obtained 186 responses that are reflected in the report. This is what parents are asking, and we ask you to listen to us and save this generation of children who are being persecuted by this evil.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Valenzuela.
And this is
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cynthia Cotier, followed by Martiza Orjuela.
Good evening. My name is Cynthia Cocuesta Coutier. I am a parent of 2 children, a former WNL and a current senior in Wakefield. A long-time volunteer in the school and a leader of ASHPA. This year, our community has experienced painful that can happen to vulnerable children who struggle with mental health challenges, drug use, and peer pressure, among many stressors. We have lost 2 precious children to overdose, and more have been barely escaped death. These too many funerals. When ASPA recently sent parents a survey about concerns over mental health problems and drug among youth children, we received more respondents than ever so fast, 184. Parents told us they live with the fear that they will one day get the same terrible news that Jorge's mother got on September. I asked the county board to act tonight to help create a better future to our children by expanding after-school program. These activities provide structure and connection with trusted adults and peers and help to reduce the risk of drug abuse. I thank the county manager to propose $500,000 to this purpose, but I hope the board will increase that amount to $1 million or even $2 million to expand to reach more children. Our children are our future. They are worth it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maritza Orihuela, followed by Brian Lynch.
So I'm the non-official translator.
Buenas noches. Yo estoy aquí como una madre que está muy preocupada por todo lo que está pasando con nuestros hijos.
I'm here as a mother who's very worried about what's happening to our children.
Yo les pido por favor que haya más actividades para los jóvenes después de la escuela, porque ellos están yendo por mal camino, influenciados por personas que no les importa, tal vez no tienen hijos, no sé, pero les están metiendo a drogas, hacer cosas que no hay en nuestras familias.
I'm asking you to have more activities, after-school activities, because our children are otherwise going to go to the wrong way, and we are not families that are used to having drugs with our children.
Es por eso que les ruego que haya más actividades para los jóvenes. El año pasado yo fui a hablar al board de la escuela a pedirles por favor que hagan algo. Les dije que estaban vendiendo drogas en la escuela y no me han hecho caso. Les dije que iba a pasar algo y como al mes ha muerto un joven en la escuela. ¿Cuántos jóvenes más tienen que morir para que hagan algo? Esto es muy preocupante para nosotros los papás. Si nosotros tuviéramos la posibilidad de poner a nuestros hijos en equipos para que jueguen o estén en otras cosas, lo haríamos, pero no tenemos el dinero. Nos alcanza para pagar la renta, que en Arlington es muy caro.
We need the after-school activities. Last year, I went to the school board and I told them, what are you going to do? Does somebody have to die before you're going to do something? Nothing happened, and somebody did die. We don't have the money to put our children in after-school activities. It's very expensive. We're asking you to do something. How many more people, how many young people have to die?
Thank you.
Gracias, and thank you both.
Our next speaker is Brian Lynch, followed by Alice Hogan.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Chair Dorsey, Vice Chair Garvey, members of the board. My name is Brian Lynch. I'm here tonight as the president of the Arlington Professional Firefighters and Paramedics Association, Local 2800 of the International Association of Firefighters. It's my honor to represent over 350 of our members, your firefighters. We come to you because we need you to take approximately $600,000 of your $47 million surplus and devote it to curbing mandatory overtime. Between the highest attrition in a decade and the need to train new paramedics, at best, we'll have 32 less firefighters in 2024 than we started 2023 with. That is close to 10% of authorized strength unavailable and 83,000 hours of staffing to fill. This means that your firefighters will be working even more mandatory overtime than they already are. Many will not see their families for 3 days in a row, even though the majority are primary caregivers for children. It does not have to be this way. Other agencies, including ACPD, have prevented mandatory overtime by increasing the incentives for those who work voluntarily. We are only asking for the same consideration. Our sisters and brothers in ACPD do extremely important work and need to be at their best when seconds matter. Arlington recognized that and wisely invested in making sure those on the street are at their best. The life-saving services your firefighters provide are just as important. Will you make the investment to allow firefighters to deliver the level of service that Arlington families and businesses need? There's nothing in our contract that says you need to. There's also nothing in ACOP's contract that says you need to either, but it's the right thing to do, and it works. A year ago, you said our contracts were a floor, not a ceiling. Now you have $47 million you didn't think you would have. We ask that you take a small piece of that and invest it in our families and the families we protect. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Alice Hogan, followed by Kathleen Sweeney. Alice Hogan. Kathleen McSweeney.
Good evening, Chair Dorsey, County Board members, Mr. Manager, County staff. I'm Kathleen McSweeney, and I'm speaking to you tonight as the Chair of the Superintendent's Advisory Committee on Immigrant and Refugee Student Concerns on behalf of our committee's leadership. I'm here to express support for the proposed expenditure of closeout funds for teen and underserved youth programming to help address the increase in substance use and mental health issues experienced by Arlington teens. We support and appreciate the work with the county's DHS, DPR, JDR, police, and manager's office that they are engaging in with Arlington Public Schools and in collaboration with trusted community partners to determine recommendations for this funding resource. This funding support is consistent with the recommendations from our committee to Superintendent Duran last school year, which urged prioritization of funding and other resources to address student mental health and drug use and strengthening the extracurricular offering to students. Of key importance to immigrant and refugee families is creativity and flexibility in offering more quality, supervised, no-cost programs and making them accessible by advertising those programs in multiple languages and using both digital and analog methods to get the word out. And if the programs are offered away from neighborhood schools, transportation options will need to be considered. And I'm very happy to have heard the previous conversation, and thank you, Mr. Karantonis, for raising the issue of teens and transportation, and also to county staff for considering it in their plan. Behavioral health issues, which encompass substance use and mental health, are very real and serious concerns facing our youth and their families. And I believe the board should consider tonight's vote on this program element a starting point for addressing the issues. Consistent with other public health issues, an education campaign with clear messaging and resources, again in multiple languages, to advise parents, guardians, and caring adults on recognized risk factors and interventions for vulnerable youth is vital. As someone who served as a member of both the county's complete census and COVID committees, I recommend modeling these successful outreach efforts, which engaged many trusted community partners to spread information and deliver important messages, including how to access help to serve as a blueprint for combating the stigma and silence around substance use and mental health issues. The county knows how to do this, and I urge you to treat this issue with the same urgency you did during the census and the pandemic with your outreach efforts. Thank you very much for considering this tonight.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Michael Heminger, followed by Merritt Gillard.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. And do I have 5 minutes or 3 minutes?
Sorry, 5 minutes.
Thanks so much. Good evening, members of the county board. My name is Mike Heminger. I'm the president of the NAACP Arlington branch. The NAACP is the oldest and largest civil rights organization in America. I'm here tonight as part of an all-volunteer community coalition compelled to act in the wake of the tragic deaths resulting in overdoses from kids attending APS. Our groups include the Arlington Schools Hispanic Parents Association, the Arlington County Council of PTAs, the Arlington and Virginia Councils of the League of Latin American Citizens, Virginians Organized for Interfaith Community Engagement, and the Arlington branch of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. Before I begin, I wanted to share just a quick story about a parent who took the initiative to do all she could to try to solve the overdoses in our community. She started with the crochet class following the death of one of the students. In just a short period of time, she's become a trusted leader in the community, and dozens of students are now working with her, learning valuable skills beyond just how to crochet. The solutions involving opioid overdose do not have to be complex. Tonight, I'm speaking on behalf of so many students and parents desperately pleading for help to prevent more student overdoses and deaths. We are living in fear because the threat facing our community is imminent and urgent. Our groups are solution-focused and doing all that we can. We ask for your support to consider appropriate use of closeout funds. Arlington lags behind many of our neighboring jurisdictions like DC, Alexandria, Fairfax, and Prince William counties as it relates to after-school programming. Many parents, guardians, and caretakers are feeling the result of skyrocketing housing costs in Arlington and working 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet. This is causing our young people to roam the streets after school and to get pressured into drugs because there's not enough to do after school. Tonight, we're asking to look beyond the initial $500,000 to ensure that kids in our community are not dying from overdoses. We don't feel as though this is enough to bring about change and to generate the data needed for a more long-term solution. We're asking you to look to our neighbors to learn more about what effective after-school programming could look like. And while the purpose of tonight's meeting is a potential pilot, we're asking you to take a look at more long-term solutions. Many of our stakeholders have written letters and/or spoken tonight. I reiterate the calls for improvements in DPR's approach to youth programming. Barriers to access like registration forms and fees, language accessibility, access to the internet, and other items are preventing our students from participating. We must take a comprehensive look at the programs through the lens of the county's equity resolution and framework. We're calling on you to direct the county manager to conduct a comprehensive review of the existing $57 million allotted in fiscal year 2024 to determine the effectiveness of all DPR programs as it relates to serving historically disadvantaged young people in our community. The programs are not reaching so many students that need help. I reiterate the calls for a teen center in our community, which seamlessly integrates health and human services into recreational opportunities for youth and families so that our community members have access to services that are critically needed without facing shame or the embarrassment for asking for help. The NAACP also supports the calls for the county to include a messaging campaign and a public engagement effort to save our kids, and we support the effort to engage community partners to solve this. As I close, I think about the words of President Franklin. He said, "We cannot always build a future for our youth, but we can always build our youth for the future." As you deliberate on how to best use carryover funds, remember that an investment into our young people will always pay big dividends later. And remember, the solutions don't need to be complex. I hope that you will also do all that you can. Our communities are in crisis. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Merritt Gillard.
Good evening. I'm speaking tonight for Voice, Virginians Organized for Interfaith Community Engagement, in support of more funding for after-school programming for underserved middle and high school students. I'm a South Arlington resident and a parent of 2 APS elementary students, one of whom is on the cusp of middle school, who will go on to Wakefield for high school. And in the last couple of years, the news of repeated in-school overdoses and deaths has shocked and saddened our community again and again, and has demonstrated that Arlington youth are dealing with serious and painful challenges. It's not just Arlington. Survey after survey finds that teenagers across the U.S. are really struggling. The CDC reports that more than half of all U.S. teenage girls and nearly 3 in 10 boys felt persistently sad or hopeless in 2021. Nearly a third of teen girls have considered suicide. And it is too easy for youth to self-medicate with drugs, which today are more potent, more available, less expensive, and deadlier than just a few years ago. Our youth need more support, and one of the main supports that students have told Voice they need is accessible, free, or low-cost after-school programming. After-school activities give young people a safe place to spend their afternoon hours, and research has shown that youth in after-school programs are less likely to do drugs, drink, smoke, skip class, or commit crimes. These programs also give students an opportunity to develop relationships with trusted adults and give them a sense of identity and purpose. But it can be hard to access those programs in Arlington. Getting a spot on a school team can be competitive, and there are often costs involved for fees, travel, and uniforms. The existing Parks and Rec offerings are also insufficient to meet demand. Most spots fill up within minutes of registration opening. I can attest from personal experience that trying to get into a swim class is like the Hunger Games. There are costs to register, and afternoon transportation is a barrier for some kids. With that in mind, I applaud the county manager for proposing to use $500,000 of closeout funding for more after-school activities for youth who need them. And I want to urge you to increase that amount to $2 million to better meet the tremendous need of our youth. Voice hopes that this will be the beginning of annual budget allocations for expanded after-school programming starting in FY25, and that funding will be commensurate with the great need. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see we have Ms. Hogan, who's with us virtually, not in person, according to our records. So I understand there was some technical difficulties getting you on. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening. Alice Hogan with the Alliance for Housing Solutions. I wanted to thank the county manager for his recommendation of $15 million in closeout funds to reduce the debt of our loan in the purchase of the Barcroft Apartments. We feel like that's a really excellent use of this funding and will help to lower the debt service in years to come. So thank you so very much for that, and I hope the county board will consider it. I wanted to mention that the AHIF in general is an area that has been underfunded for years. We would go back to the Affordable Housing Master Plan. We remember that 17.7% of our housing is envisioned to be affordable, and that quantity will cost us in the range of $40 to $50 million a year to hit those goals. So we've never hit that goal, and you may recall that in 2020, just short of our COVID emergency, AHS and many other community members formed a coalition and began an AHIF budget campaign to be asking for $25 million that year, 4 years ago, for AHIF funding, which at the time was half of what we actually needed, $50 million. And so then there were no funds for a couple of years with our emergency, and then the return the last couple of years of $18 million, much less than the 25 we were asking for 4 years ago, which is half of what we actually need. And so I'm just pointing that out today to hope you will keep in mind that the AHIF could use whatever extra funds you can put its way, especially in light of the Barcroft loan, which will take $9 million each year just to service that debt and put us back that much in terms of new construction and preservation of marks to become CAFs across the county. So thank you for your consideration and have a good evening.
Thank you. Does that conclude our public speakers?
Yes.
All right, the discussion is now with the county board. Colleagues, since we heard this presentation from our staff on Saturday, there may be questions that you have developed in the interim, so we'll start off with, I'm sorry, are you here to provide for FAC?
Yes.
Okay, no problem. We'll make it happen. We'll make it happen. So why don't we do that, and then we'll do the discussion with the board.
Thank you. Jillian Burgess, Chair of the Fiscal Affairs Advisory Commission. Will be very fast. The Commission went through the public presentation that was posted in advance of last Saturday's board meeting at our meeting last Thursday, and we had a very robust discussion, and we have a recommendation endorsed unanimously by the Commission. That is that the FAC supports the county manager's recommendation to use some portion of the FY 2023 closeout funding available for allocation for the purposes recommended by the county manager. Regarding the exact amounts recommended to be allocated, FAC wants to note 2 items. Number 1, the Barcroft Apartment outstanding debt paydown. We recognize this action trades savings for flexibility. We encourage the county board to consider the potential of paying down additional amounts as we gain more information about the FY 2025 operating budget. And number 2, the teen and disadvantaged youth programming. We recognize the challenges facing our teens and support appropriate additional one-time funding, which may be more than $500,000 to address this crisis with effective programming. And happy to answer any questions about our discussion or how we came to that recommendation.
Stay there. You may be very useful for the discussion. So at the suggestion of Vice Chair Garvey, we'll go ahead and put a motion on the floor just so that we can reorient everyone to what it is we're talking about, since we took a 2-day hiatus from the staff presentation.
Exactly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I've asked staff, I don't need it for the exact motion, but I'm going to speak to it, and then they're going to bring up a slide, which should make things a little clearer for folks if they might. So my motion is simply the county manager's recommendation, which is to adopt the FY 2023 county government appropriation resolution shown on attachment 1A of the staff report dated November 3rd. Also to allocate remaining balances from FY 2023 to legally restricted and priority areas identified by the county board as shown in attachment 1B of the staff report, and in addition, amend the FY 2024 county budget by approving the appropriations attachment 2 of the same staff report of November 3rd. And
Is there
then
a second?
Yes, is there a second? Thank you.
Seconded by Mr. DeFranco.
And then if
Please continue.
staff can put up the slide, I think it'll just help the discussion, the questions. Because the carryover funds, and actually I was looking for the exact number, I'm not finding it, it's a very large number, but what's discretionary, what we actually can move is a very small, much smaller amount, but it's $47 million, which is quite a bit, as many of the speakers know who have come here. And I'm pleased to move the manager's recommendation. It's not that slide, it's the one that has just all of the, it's all in blue, and that's it, thank you. And I thought I'd go through this, so because a number of speakers have come to speak about issues, and there is funding in here, and just so you know what the manager's recommendation is, there is a pay contingent for police and sheriff, which I think we all, these are positions that are really crucial to fill, and we're having trouble filling them, and many because of pay issues. Teen programming, which so many people came and just spoke to us so eloquently about, and I really want to thank everyone for coming. And that is $500,000. And I will just say for myself personally, as maker of this motion, I do view this as a down payment and as a start. And I know people have asked us to put more money in. I don't think at the moment putting more money in is going to really do what we need. I think what we need to do is start with the $500,000, figure out what we need to do, and then when we get to the budget, which is coming right up next year soon, then we can put in more money if we want to. But this will give us some time to actually figure out what needs to be done. I agree with Mr. Hemminger that I think the solutions are not necessarily complex. I think they're not necessarily expensive, and we really need to be smart about what we're doing. So I personally am comfortable with the $500,000 to get us started. This is absolutely crucial, and it'll get us started right away, and really try to work out what is needed. And I think that includes a combination of, the programs to sign up about that people talked about, but drop-in program where you don't need to sign up, you don't need to pay anything, you can just come. And I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done. I think this amount of money will cover it until we can put more money in and know better how to spend it. And then we need some money for our independent police auditor. And you can see that mobile camera technology, which I think will be very helpful in getting people to slow down. And there's varieties of things where we can't have police everywhere, but if you've got cameras there, people will notice them, slow down, and also maybe improve their behavior in some instances. There's some, as you can see, for fire department training, and then the NVJDC contingent, that's the Northern Virginia Juvenile Detention Center contingent, and that actually has part of it with the whole, dealing with the whole fentanyl issue. And we are looking at ways of having that detention center become more of a youth services center and be more effective in taking care of our youth and doing it in a way that serves some youth that really aren't getting served as they should be at this point. And then find us a bonus for our Department of Human Services, which gets into the whole behavioral health issue. Part of our problem is hiring people to handle some of these issues. It's hard to hire the people we need, the clinicians, for behavioral health. It really is a major issue. I appreciate, again, everybody coming to speak, because I think the number of people speaking about the need for programs for our students really illustrates the issues that we're facing. And I think this particular closeout budget is addressing those in an effective way to get us started. And again, I do personally view it as a down payment in the future. So this is here, and I know there are going to be questions and discussions from my colleagues, but I thought it might be helpful to have this so we can see exactly sort of what it is that we're discussing. And I hope it's helpful to have that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, discussion is, again, now with the board. Questions? I'll start us off. So, Mr. Schwartz, to just go through some of the items that you're recommending that the board use the remaining funds to get into, can you discuss the rationale behind the numbers attached to the public safety items, including 620 for sheriff, 150 130 for police, and 150 for fire standards? Can you just describe what those are and what those are intended to accomplish?
Sure. For the sheriff, we've been having ongoing conversations. I've been doing that along, I think, with a number of members of the board to try to address the challenges the sheriff is having in staffing the jail. And this is meant to provide bonuses for those people who are working in the jail. Similarly, we're facing a challenge with our police department right now, which has about an 18% vacancy rate. And the board has taken a number of steps, and we have a collective bargaining agreement with the police to try to address that. But we're facing competition from our surrounding jurisdictions on incentives for hiring. So this is a down payment on that. Prince William and Fairfax, for example, are offering $25,000 bonuses, where it's finding very hard for us to recruit people to get into our academy classes. For the fire department, I spoke about this on Saturday, but we've received a pretty serious set of information and complaints from our women firefighters. Right now, we have an outside law firm coming in and doing interviews and working through those issues. But I thought it was important that we had immediately funds available for setting up training and also an Office of Professional Standards to address those issues. So I tried to limit the requests in this list to things that I thought were particularly time sensitive. And unfortunately, with either hiring or some of the challenges we face that I mentioned, those rose to the top of the list. They're not by no means the only items, but certainly the ones that I thought deserved attention right now.
Thank you. And just for our benefit, since we've had some engagement that there's elevated rates of attrition with fire department departures, what's the qualitative difference between no need for incentives there for hiring?
Right. So with the fire department, we currently have a recruit class, and I'm going to get the numbers wrong, but I think it's over 20 people who will be graduating next month, and will provide an immediate infusion that will address some, probably not all immediately, but some of the overtime concerns that Mr. Lynch spoke to. Unfortunately, we don't have that same level of infusion we're facing with the police and the sheriff department.
Thank you. Other questions? Ms. Talento.
Yes, I just want to clarify, that slide is only half of what you're recommending, correct?
Correct. We had an earlier slide which spoke to the $15 million that was associated with Barcroft, and then I'm sure there were a few other items on it that.
Yeah, I think it's on the slide. It was on the following slide. I just want to make sure that I was still on the same page as everybody else. That's
right.
All. Okay, and then so the other question I have is, I thought I read something about some medical support for the sheriff.
Right. So there are additional items that we've had a lot of conversations with the sheriff and members of the board, that the sheriff right now is working with a newer medical contractor. But one place where we thought it was important to provide some independent voice that the sheriff could rely on, and not just the medical contractor, was a medical staff person. I know Mr. DeFerranti's talked directly with the sheriff about that and with our deputy county manager. The goal is to provide an independent voice that the sheriff can rely on, just not our medical contractor, because at times there are disagreements, and I think that it's important to have an independent voice available, so that medical contractor would work in consultation with the Department of Human Services, with our fire department, and be able to provide that. This is actually the only position that I'm proposing in the budget. That's how important it was. And it will have an ongoing cost associated with it that follows on. But of all the needs we reviewed, I thought it was important, and the sheriff's been very clear about this, which is that he is doing everything that he can, but he needs an independent voice to rely on.
Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a couple more pieces, one more piece I think also included is an effort to get some assistance that can help with the entrance to the jail, that can help free up our deputies to be serving those who are in the jail. I think it nearly goes without saying, I'll just share that it is providing care for those in the custody of those under the sheriff's supervision is a huge priority and a challenge, and our society has not, and I'll say that our society has not taken good enough care of some who are at the most struggling points in their journey. And so there's some who are unsafe, who may have been without shelter, but if they're a threat to themselves or others under the law, we have to follow the law. We want to divert as much as we can, and we've talked much about that, but there's a lot to that problem. It is a serious problem, and so we're trying to do everything we can. I think it is illustrative of the moment that we are in, which is that there are things that we would love to do today, but we have a full budget process that ends with a budget in July. So if, there are diversion positions that we cannot fund, that how do you compete diversion positions on the jail with AHIF funding? How do you compete valuing our employees with all the other hard choices and urgent priorities? So the standard for me, and I think the standard that we've tried to operate is, what has to be done, what needs to be done now on an urgent level that we can't quite do in a more thorough level through a series of 10 or 12 work sessions in February, March, and April. And so for that reason, there are a couple of things that are proposed that I might love to do. An example is AHIF. I might love to do that, but there's a pipeline of projects, and if we fund AHIF in the full budget process, that for me is the appropriate timing. Take that in contrast to eviction prevention, which we have already provided, which is necessary to keep people in their homes to the maximum extent possible, and that's just different. But all that said, I do have an amendment to help try and move us forward. I know there's a couple of different issues consistent with that desire to focus our resources on those things that are timely and most in need. There is a slide, it's not the slide that Ms. Garvey used, but there's a slide with respect to land acquisition. We are out completely, or almost completely, of land acquisition funding. And so there's I think Ms. Jacobs has an amendment that would take the amount that we put in.
You have an amendment.
I have an amendment,
Right.
but she has the text of the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, we just wanna-
That seeks to take that amount of money down from $5 million to $2.5 million, so that we can save that money to address what will be a very difficult budget next year. And I think if I filibuster enough, maybe magically the language will appear. But this is, if we were to need additional money for some of the stormwater challenges or other challenges to purchase property in the short term, I think it is the responsible thing to do to put some money in there, but I don't see $5 million as necessary. I think $2.5 million can address the needs that we have out there. So that's my amendment, the text of it is right there, and I'm hoping there might be a second.
Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Karantonis. Anything further to say? I think you said it.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Further discussion?
I would just have a couple of questions for the county manager who and the team who proposed that. So the acquisition fund, the land acquisition fund, I understand there is a lot of imponderables, right-of-way acquisitions very needed, other acquisitions that come. So this fund, what is a useful balance for this fund? What's the minimum balance, for reasonable balance for this fund? And what would be a target balance for this fund? Why are you proposing $5 million for that out of closeout?
We've had a lot of internal discussion about what's the sweet spot for land acquisition. And when we look back over the last several years, our opportunities to purchase land have ebbed and flowed, where there's been times where there's been no opportunities. And then as you've experienced just in the last 3 months, you've had 2 opportunities arise that you've taken action on. One just on Saturday, and then the VDOT property in July off of Glebe Road. So there isn't, as the manager I think mentioned on Saturday, there's not a magic number. It's just the fact that the opportunities that you've come across lately have now dwindled the land acquisition funds, and any number plays. If something else comes up and there's not money in the land acquisition fund, we would have to come back to you to discuss reallocating from other places.
Thank you. So the background of my question was, is it a very uncomfortable number to have $2.5 million instead of $5 million, given the fact that, well, we are flexible enough if there is a really important acquisition in front of us, and we're talking about land, not something that is, a matter of days. It's normally not a matter of hours, but a matter of days or a week. To come back to the board and say, okay, now we need to move on that.
I think a couple of the opportunity that you had on Saturday was for a parcel about half that amount of the 2.5 million that you took a decision on. And then there are other parcels similar to that the county is keeping their eye on. So we would have an opportunity to, with 2.5 million to purchase those properties. We don't often come across a 6.7 million acre parcel or a Buck property. Those are, outside. So I think with 2.5 million, we can work through this fiscal year, and we'll have further discussions as we bring forward recommendations as a part of the CIP process to have additional dollars included. That there's another opportunity for us to come back to you with some recommendations.
Correct. This is where we expect it, actually. This is where we will have the thorough
That's where it
discussion.
typically we come forward with, with that recommendation.
Colleagues, Mr. Chair, I'm comfortable with the motion. I will support the motion based on what we heard.
I'll just add a perspective that I don't think is differing, but just contextual. So, typically prime residential land in Arlington trades for somewhere around I think we've seen in some cases upwards of $9 million an acre. The parcels that we acquire tend to come in around the 1.2 range. So this is effectively 4 parcels or 2. Ms. Talento.
I just wanted to just share that I'll be supporting this amendment. I appreciate the flexibility that we have, but I am personally concerned about the budget process this spring for both the schools and the county. And I think that any funding that is not allocated today will be considered at that time for one-time purposes. Understanding that we can only use a very limited amount of time to keep our a very limited amount of money this next budget season. I think it's $3 million to keep our AAA rating, a very limited amount of one-time funding. For clarity, that is $3 million. So whatever funding we don't allocate today will go to lend itself to opportunities for the county budget in the spring. And with that in mind, and considering some of the other urgent items that the county manager is putting forward that I support, I just think it'd be wise to bring that down. As you noted, in the last 5 months, we've had 2 properties that we've been able to purchase, and this will help us through the end of June. So I think it's an appropriate amount, and so I'll be supporting that.
Okay, Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. Some people might be wondering, why are we purchasing property? Do you want to just talk about some of the reasons? I mean, there's obviously parkland and the gardens that we did, which is great, but there's also like stormwater where, we really need to get this property to try to solve major flooding issues. Is there anything else would you like to elaborate on why we might be needing to purchase property?
No, I think your example of the stormwater is an excellent one. A lot of work has been going on in that area. Funding for the purchase of stormwater is out of the stormwater fund, where it has its own dedicated funding source. But like you said, it's typically we have a parks master plan that, for open space. There's a lot of needs like that. The most recent purchase was related to community gardens. Again, public use. So yeah.
Thank you. No, that's fine. Thank you. So I made the motion. I'm gonna stick where I won't support the amendment. I don't think it's a huge issue. I just know I've been on the board long enough that properties come up. Sometimes it's for transportation reasons. I mean, there are just a number of reasons that a property comes up and we need to move pretty quickly. And seeing as this is really enough for maybe 2 properties, I'm more comfortable just leaving it in at this amount. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So, upon deeper consideration, I'm fine supporting the amendment, only because the $2.5 million that will be carried over into the FY25 budget process, you'll devote it to land acquisition because you'll run out of it by then. And so at this point, this is taking a balance from 0 to giving you the ability to do something for a couple of months before you put more into it later, probably by an equal or more amount. So in the net effect, I don't think it's going to change too much, but for the purposes of having the opportunity to consider as much as part of the budget process, I can certainly respect and appreciate that. And so I'm fine with the amendment. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, I'm not going to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory.
Come on, that's your thing.
No. Thank you.
All right, all those in favor of Mr. DeFranti's amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? With a vote of 4-1, the motion passes and is now part of the main motion. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a second amendment on a different item that we heard a lot about today, and we have heard a lot about in the last months, last year, etc. Let me just preface this as, here is how far we have come. As you all remember, last year, it is about a year ago, when we discussed adding $97,000 for starting the thinking about after-school programs with DPR, right? Because we had some money and we rededicated, that was a position that we moved. Today, the things have been evolving in a way that we didn't want and nobody wanted. So we start with $500,000 already. That's 5 times more. And I'm about to move in, Ms. Jacobs, if you have the text, to add another $250,000 to the $500,000 for this first. As you have heard here, we are dealing here with what we haven't spent. It's the closeout of the last fiscal year, where we have to be ready to have a plan and an implementation, a sturdy plan that justifies $1 million or more money. That it's detailed, that's based on first experiences, and that is built on some analysis, gaps analysis, and I welcome the county manager's comments on that, because a lot is being done right now. So I think that this is a good start. This doesn't say what exactly would happen. We have received, and I am very thankful for that, from not only from Voice and the allies and the ASHPA and the community in general, but I received also, all of us have received advocacy also from the CCPTA on focusing on adverse childhood experiences, on getting out and trying to figure out how we educate a broader population about the dangers. No?
Okay, let's get a second before we continue on. Okay, thank you, Ms. Talento.
Thank you, Ms. Talento. So I think that we'll discuss that a little bit on the dais, what needs to be included there. I think that there's nobody here who is insensitive to this. I mean, everybody is going to react, and I think that we have your back here, the back of the community. The question that we all have is, when we appropriate money, to make sure that we make the most out of that we have the best chance to succeed, that we don't have to talk to the mother of Sergio and the mother of Jorge and everybody ever again for this. So a lot of parallel strings are woven there, and I think $750,000 is a good start. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be supporting this amendment. I think, for context, I think it's important to note that we've had advocacy broadly from 2 groups in the course of the last few weeks. We've had advocacy from Voice, both a 2-page written piece and then a very, very helpful revised written piece that started to talk about the amount of money involved. And then we also have had advocacy with respect to trauma and public health, getting the word out about public health and what are called adverse childhood experiences, which can really change the odds for children. And I feel that there's a continuum of folks in need. And the horribleness of fentanyl and the addiction, there were some steps taken in the school budget and the county. We worked together for some mental health, but there's some students who are in dire need, and there are also students who are in need, but if they had if there was a nearby rec center with a program, they would go to it. And our job is to try our best to help as many of our young people as possible, but also to be honest that we can't snap our fingers and fix this, in the sense that, you know, that there's a role for families and friends too. That doesn't mean we abdicate any responsibility. We have to take it. But because there are these two different purposes, that's one, and because we need real specificity on the programs that we would like to fund. We're facing a deficit that the manager estimated, I believe, at more than $36 million in ongoing funding for next year. So I think there was description from, I believe, we need a starting point. There's a need for urgency, and there's a need for change in this area. We do a lot of things in this area that we haven't told a good enough story about, and we need to have some conversations about that. But we also, I believe, have the status quo with where we are isn't, I don't feel comfortable there. We have to, as a board, send this starting point forward so that we are going to be doing something differently. Because, you know, a year ago, when we had this discussion, there were still problems with camp enrollment that a few people have mentioned. We didn't have as big problems this past summer. We know that the system for low-income students getting waivers is better this summer than it was forever in the past. But it's easier to be at the dais and pontificate about fixing a system than to say it will be, than to actually do the fixing of the system, which is what we are working on through the manager's got a gap analysis, which I think has some analogs to Mr. Heminger's points with respect to, I think that we are doing the review that he is seeking, I respectfully submit. So for all those reasons, I feel the urgency. I had to look at Jorge. You know, I went to the service, and I don't want to do that. It is not directly any one of us' personal fault that this happened, but it is our choice as to what we do from this second going forward. And so that's why I'm going to support the amendment.
Ms. Talento.
Thank you. County Manager, would you kindly share some of the things that you're doing with the schools to address this issue? I don't think that it's has been shared as widely public, and I know that there's a lot of efforts and collaboration going on. So could you talk a little bit about that?
I will, and let me just state that there's certainly more that can be done. This board acted last year to finally, I think it's in some ways historic in the sense of Arlington, that we now have county employees for behavioral health care workers who are actually going to be in our schools, which has overcome some real institutional barriers. We have collaborated, and again, maybe we haven't told the story well enough, but in multiple places, I'm thinking of what happened at Carver at Hoffman, Boston, and that happened a number of, like 4 or 5 years ago. Spaces that the county had that we've given over to schools for their programs, and likewise, in a lot of joint use facilities, working closely with schools. I do want to say that, and I want to thank Voice and the other people who have come here today, that there's more that can be done, and I think there's more that can be done about letting people know about what's being done, and I should take my prerogative here. I had a list of groups I was looking at: CCPTA, ASHPA, the Crochet Circle, Phoenix Bike, APA, AHC, LULAC, NAACP, Voice, schools. We have the Sheriff's Department, our Juvenile Domestic Relations staff, Department of Environmental Services, libraries, police, DHS, parks. To say that they all know what's going on right now would be a stretch. So doing that gap analysis, and especially, as you pointed out, Ms. Talento, with the schools, they have a number of programs. I'm not even aware of most of them. So I hope that the positive spirit everybody's expressed tonight, we can get that information out there, and we should have no barriers. But we work very well with schools, and we welcome the partnership of everybody who came this evening.
Thank you, County Manager. So I just wanted to, as I've started my service in this temporary role in the county, I have been trying to understand what the county does. I'm familiar with a little bit of what the school does, and I'm familiar with many of our nonprofits that support after-school programs. And I think a gap analysis is absolutely necessary, and I understand currently in progress. It's being done correct with the partnership in the schools, correct?
That is true. And also, we're working with Voice on putting together the information to figure out, I see Marjorie's here. We're working on that. And, you know, I would tell you that it's a little bit more than just a huge spreadsheet, but that's where we have to start and sort of get the information together.
Well, I would encourage a work session at some point when you have that. I think those, are, at least on the school side, are very helpful, and that's where a lot of our parents are going to be hearing about these programs. I'm going to be supporting the funding. I do want to just share that I do wish it was more, but I recognize that there is a budget process in the spring that will determine funding for fiscal year 25. I also recognize that until we understand what we have and where our gaps are, that it will be difficult to start something immediately. However, I hope that with this funding, the $500,000 to start, and I'll talk about the extra $250,000 in a moment, that we can look at least growth options with what's existing today, both on the county side and on the school side, because those are things that do not require a request for proposal to put out for nonprofits to partner. Those are things that we may be able to provide stipends to staff to serve as coaches for intramural sports after school that don't require any tryouts, where it's just open to everyone. I think the City of Alexandria started something and partnered with Amazon to do something of that nature at their International Academy. So I think, like you said, there's a lot of opportunities that we can invest in this funding, but I recognize that you need action behind ideas, and that is what you are doing with the schools now. So I just do urge that work to be done as expediently as possible. And when I went to the CCPTA as a county board liaison a couple months ago, our DPR team put together a wonderful two-page information on the different programs that the county has that I didn't know about. And so I do think that information sharing is really important, but recognizing as well that as you do this assessment, there's been advocacy for barriers forever for a lot of our low-income and English learner communities that are really the people who are experiencing this drug challenge and overdose more impactfully than maybe other communities. And I do think there's some targeting happening because they're being seen as a vulnerable youth. The other thing, again, I do wish that, unfortunately, I'm not going to be on the board I don't know if I feel unfortunate about it all the time, but on this one piece, I really, really wish I were going to be on the board in the spring, because I would try to champion this to the best of my ability. I'm very nervous about the cuts that are going to have to be made, and I hope that if you are cutting to the bone, that this is one of the things that I don't know how you're going to make choices, but this is just so important to really make sure that we're trying to figure out how to provide opportunities for our youth where parents of all means and of, different abilities as far as access will be able to provide and support their students in accessing the services, and then also thinking about strengthening. I just want to emphasize the strengthening. When you talk about that crochet class, and I've heard about this parent and the daughter who has started the club with her, crocheting is something that is using a lot of skills, right? It's not just, here, come to this center and, pick a game. There is something being taught. There is something that is happening with your hands. When you talk about, it's like when you're cooking, you're doing something, you're studying something, there's a science, there's a technique that's engaging the mind and stimulating it, and then you're still able to have conversation as you're creating a craft of some sort, right? So there's this level of enrichment. And also, to consider what we're not thinking about is maybe summer programs. So I wish we could do more, because I do worry about, summer programs are going to be in fiscal year 24. They're not going to be included in fiscal year 25. And that is where we have some of the highest challenges, especially now where in the past, APS was able to offer summer school to everyone. And as a low income or a working class parent, you could put your child in summer school, pay for extended day, and your child had at least some level of enrichment and aftercare. That was not necessarily ideal, but it was what people could afford. And I know that that's what happened, and now that no longer exists. Now summer school is only for people who are required to have it, and now there's all these families who can't afford programs. We just don't have something like that. So I just hope that you look at all those things, that you're looking at it in a very diligent way, and not just what are we going to do in February and March with this investment, but what can we now do with June and July? And then what are we going to do in the spring on making a long-term strategy based on our assessment to address the needs of our youth holistically and collaboratively? The other thing on the 250, I hope that we can use some of that for the education campaign. And I strongly support the advocacy, I don't remember the acronym, Mr. DeFerranti, ACES. But the other thing, and I think it's important for our parents, but the other thing that I think we're missing is a public service announcement for our teens. And I remember growing up in the 90s during a rise in drug use, that commercial where it was just 15 seconds, a black screen, and they would say, this is your brain, and it'd be an egg. This is your brain on drugs, and it'd be a fried egg. And then it would stop. It was very simple, but it was one of the most impactful things. And every time I was in school and someone offered me drugs, I would think about, is that gonna fry my brain? Like literally, I know it was so simple, but it was these types of things that impact a teenager, a person who thinks impulsively, a person who is processing life and trying to manage the social anxiety of being accepted versus being themselves, versus meeting the needs of their parents, versus meeting the needs of their friends, or whatever challenges they're facing. So I strongly urge us to look at a PSA in addition to those programming. Thank you, Mr. Carantonis, for putting this amendment and raising it for another $250,000. Again, I do wish we had support for more, but I think, and I know that in the spring, many of you, if not all of you, will champion efforts and programs for our youth.
Thank you, Ms. Talento. At the risk of being Doug Downer, let me just point out a couple things and then ask you some comments, ask you a question, Mr. Carantonis. So we've heard some ideas for expansion of existing DPR programs. We've heard creation of a new teen center. We've heard partner with existing organizations who are currently working in this space and engage them in a contract basis. And we've heard a number of other really good ideas. But what we don't have is a plan yet. And I don't mean this to be critical, but our job tonight is not to do things that will make us feel good, but to figure out how to actually do good so that we can help support families that are struggling, and to actually come up with something that we're not only going to do, but we're going to stick with. And this action tonight is really about what happens between now and July. You will have a process in the spring, and I hope you will take that opportunity, do whatever it takes to meet the needs that further a plan to help our students, whether it's 2 million, 4 million, or whatever. Whether it's us alone in partnership with public schools, community groups and organizations, or what is more likely, some combination of all the three. We don't know what that is yet. And so I think the question that I have at this point, what's the 250 do that the 500 doesn't?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Dorsey. So what the 250 is doing is it allows for those who, first of all, I should preface that a little bit. I should say that last year we were really even less ready to even discuss the issue because it was hitting us pretty unprepared. Well, I shouldn't say unprepared. We were not clear about who are the partners, who are the constituency around the problem, how to access them, how to work with them, etc. So now we have a far better grasp of that. Now I think that while we, on a two-pager, you cannot really ask for $2 million, but I feel and I see that there is substance coming behind that we have staff, that there are more than 12 bullet points on programs that we have started, but they're not completely funded, or they will have staffing necessities at some point. I want to have runway for these activities to happen in the 6 months if it's needed. I understand that, for example, a PSA campaign on adverse childhood experiences, I had this conversation with staff, and at some point they said, okay, but the materials are already there, the CDC has them, etc. We don't need to produce them. And then the next thing that they say, okay, how do you want to divulge them? How will be doing the social media? How much staff time you will need for that? I want them to have a sufficient runway to be able to pull it off without having to draw from resources from somewhere else. I just think it's a more comfortable environment financially to pull it off in the next 6 months. And I absolutely agree with you. It's the next 6 months. The real commitment that will have to be based on the experiences of these 6 months and how sturdy of a plan we will have. Will have to come with the budget in April for the next fiscal year. And then we will be probably talking about a lot more money. Now, this is also a challenge for the rest of the community here to work based on realistic assumptions of what is really implementable. And think also about the entirety of all involved, not only the youth that we want to achieve, to access, also the parents, the educators, our partners with APS, etc. So it just, I would wish that the county manager's proposal would be as detailed as to allow us to work on an increment at the same level of detail. But at this moment, we don't have it yet. We know the direction. We don't know exactly the programs as they are going to be developed. I just think that this is a good financial frame to start.
Yeah, I'll just say for my purposes, I'm probably not going to be in a position to support the amendment, and I hate how that could be misinterpreted as not desiring to spend more money on this initiative. It's actually not that at all. At this point, our responsibility is to either affirm, uphold, or challenge the manager's desire to devote $500,000 to a body of work that he can supervise and deliver results for in the next 6 months. And if there is something additional that we desire of him to do, I think we need a degree of specificity for it and clear direction that I'm not sure this amendment captures. If the discussion can further get into that, I'm not going to keep my mind closed to it. And I mean absolutely no disparagement here, because I absolutely associate myself with where your heart is in wanting to make sure we don't lose any opportunities. But I don't think that this does that. And in that sense, it seems more more symbolic than it is substantive, even though that sounds far more disparaging than I intended. So please don't take offense, Mr. Karantonis, because it's not a disparagement of you. But I just want to be very clear as we sort of reflect on where we are. I think there's a whole lot of things that we need to come together as a community and decide what we are going to do. And I know that people get sick of planning, but at the end of the day, I don't think it will be responsible to the people who have come here tonight or to Jorge's mother, Luz, or Sergio's family to say that the sum total of what we did was we threw money at the problem. I think we deserve to tell them that, you know what, here are the things that we are committed to doing because we have every intent and belief that they are going to prevent other families from experiencing the same tragedy that you have, and that it's also going to serve to, you know, maybe prevent other students, other children who could potentially fall victim to similar circumstances from getting wrapped up in it. So that's just where my heart is, and I apologize for not having a, you know, I'd love to figure out a way to sort of make this work, but I can't reconcile that in my mind right now. We'll go to Vice Chair Garvey, and then we'll go back to others for another opportunity to discuss this.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, I have always assumed that should we get to, say, March, and the gap analysis is done, and you've actually got a great program, and you need more than 500,000, you'll come to us and tell us, and we've got a way to do that if we need to.
Yes, I know one of the challenges we always face with the fiscal year deadlines is that we sometimes will fixate on that, and whenever there's a need, I think it's been my experience as manager that I'll come to you and we'll have a conversation about that, and the board's always been responsive.
Yeah, thank you, and that's been my experience. So that's my understanding, and so I totally agree with Mr. Dur. I think everybody's hearts are in the right place. I think this is going to be a major issue for us all. I really appreciate Ms. Talento in the coming year. I really appreciate Ms. Talento's question, and actually the manager going over all that list of organizations, and it wasn't even all of them, I'm sure, that are dealing with this issue and dealing with our students, which shows how important and how needful is the planning. As you said, Mr. Dorsey, we can get frustrated about the planning, but when we've got all of these different pieces, my sense is we've got to find a way to pull together, and that we're maybe even being somewhat getting in each other's way. We've got to find a different way to tackle this, and I'm very hopeful that we'll do it. Ms. Talento, I heard your sorrow that you won't be here to handle this issue next year on the board. However, I foresee there may be some major citizen efforts, resident efforts and things, and if I get to be chair, I would find you among my first people to tap to help us with those efforts. I can't imagine you not being involved, even if you weren't tapped officially. So I fully expect you to continue to be involved because of your background. I think it's really important and crucial. Again, I think everybody's heart's in the right place. I'm comfortable that the 500,000 is the right amount for now, and that if we need more, we will go there. And I'm also, I think I'm going to lose this vote too. Part of me is just, I've been doing this a long time, and I really, on principle, like to handle major budget issues in the context of the budget. Because when we get to this time where we've got leftover money, leftover money, it's not the best way to put it, but that's what it is, that there's just such a desire, and there's so many good issues out there. There's so many important, needy things, and nothing that goes, I mean, if this 250 goes in, it's fine. I mean, it's fine. It's not a big deal. These are good things. But I think on principle on how you handle budgets, I don't like to do sort of off-budget spending, which in some ways this kind of is, and I'm perfectly willing when we get to the budget next year, no matter how hard the year is, I think we're going to be putting more money into it, but we'll do it in a more thoughtful way at that point because we will have had time to do the thinking. So I appreciate everybody's hearts being in the right place, and I'm looking forward to really working on this issue in some different ways next year so we can get some different results, which is what we need.
So we've got further comments from everybody. Let's start with the maker of the motion, Mr. Karantonis.
First of all, no offense taken. I mean, it's a conversation that we have always, and we have had it with many other things. It's not the first time that we appropriate a frame for starting starting activity and starting working in a place where we don't know exactly where we are going to end and how and how much it will cost and how it will be structured. I think that there is space, modest space, for laying down where our values are and showing that we want to really hold ourselves accountable on acting and telling our manager and they're directing staff to really accelerate that. So therefore, we add an additional appropriation, which is modest. It's really not a lot of money. Actually, this is not enough money for any program that I know that exists and works in other places comparable to us. It's a starter. So, so that we can come back in a couple of months and ask again and again and have a conversation with our constituents as well. How are we doing? We appropriated money. Are we spending that? How are we spending that? If we are not spending that, why aren't we not spending that? You know, this is not the first time that we'll have these conversations, and they have been, to me, very enlightening, actually, when we appropriated money and we had the pressure to deliver and the accountability that comes with that pressure. It was actually enlightening. Childcare is an example that is, you know, didn't go linearly every time. Whether we had a very specific plan or we had a more, you know, framed plan. So after all, I think that this is a very modest deviation from what I agree in general and in principle the thinking framework around closeout funding should be. So with that, I conclude.
Thank you. Ms. Talento and then Mr. DiFranti.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey, and I appreciate your thoughtfulness. I always respect and appreciate how you look at processes and strive to find integrity in them, and I respect that because I believe that processes are important to continue to have strong structure and movement. But I also think that there are times where we have to step out of them and see how we can extend processes or, you know, use other flexibilities that allow you to move in a different direction, even if it's temporarily. The questions about, you know, how is this funded? When we look at hiring personnel to oversee children, there's, you know, ratios, there's funding, you know, for an aide, you're probably looking at $50,000 for the year. We may not be able to use it immediately. Maybe we're just paying stipends. Maybe that's a $10,000 stipend for each staff member who's willing to be a coach at one of our high schools, and then our intramurals, right? So now we have 5 middle schools, four high schools, you know, now, you know, we can start doing the math, it starts to add up. And then you're looking at our summer programs. We have trouble finding people for summer programs. But if we know that they would be getting paid a decent amount to support some type of enrichment course, there may be opportunities. So I'm looking at how many full-time or part-time positions will this cover between now and the summer. And 500,000 may be enough, but it may be cutting it close. And that does not cover any fees that we might need to hire a consultant to look at some planning processes, a PSA, which I really, really hope that is done. We really need that, and that should not wait till July or August of fiscal year 25. That should be done in the next 90 days if possible. That's an easy investment, and that's where the other $250,000 come in for me. I would like more because I would love to be able to open up a summer school in a way that, unfortunately, $500,000 is not going to do it. I recognize the challenges, and I recognize having to work with the school board and hold them accountable, but we can use their space. It could be DPR-funded summer programs that stimulate what the schools used to do. So that's how I have analyzed the funding for myself to justify the processes behind it. I do try not to put aside funding that has no purpose or level of breakdown to be able to be used, because I do worry about money sitting there and, as you said, being symbolic. That's a real risk. But I think on this one, there's real places to be used. And our county manager is moving forward with our schools to develop a plan that will hopefully be presented in February Q1, where we can implement, even if it's Q2. And I hope that if you take no message today with the addition of this motion, that we realize it is never too early or too late to start. So if we don't get a plan until May 1st, let's put something in, you know, June 1st. It's okay. It's okay. We don't have to wait till the following year. I just need us to move forward. And so, again, I will be supporting this, and thank you for the advocates for coming, for our community members always being engaged and informing us on the concerns that they have, and to my colleagues for having this really discussion, and to the county manager for even putting a base down for us, county manager, to be able to have this discussion and know that it's a priority on the county side as well. Thank you.
Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to see if it's possible to give you a rationale, a specific enough rationale, and I guess I don't know if the county manager, I'm looking at the staff report and the language in the staff report for teen and disadvantaged youth programming, and you don't need to know every word, I don't think, or have it in front, but it's written broadly enough that, in my judgment, it hints towards programmatic stuff, the stuff that Voice raised and ASHPA's raised, but I think it's written broadly enough that it could also address the public health messaging that Ms. Talento referred to. But I don't know, and I'm wondering if you or DMF staff knows. I mean, when you were thinking of the language that was finally written in the staff report, did you have both of these types of programs in mind or not? Or would you like to plead the fifth on this and just say, we did our best?
Well, I would like to say that we had anticipated this exact conversation. We knew everything that you were thinking, but that wouldn't be fair. That is certainly something we were aware of at the time, but we hadn't really settled necessarily on the specific elements of it. But certainly the education and the public service announcements and those kinds of things need to be a part of what we're doing. I just can't tell you the amount or the scope of it right now. So I'm not quite pleading the fifth, but I may be pleading ignorance at the moment.
Sure. For me, I don't know that the language actually covers that public health purpose. I will say, and it's probably, that I think I support it. I certainly will never forget the fried egg from when I was growing up. But I lean towards the programmatic work more than the public health announcements, but I'm open to both. And I think that the $250,000 helps to ensure that we have that we could have that space to figure that out, or at least that's what I'd like. So that's just one thought. I have two others. I'll be brief. The standard of review of the land acquisition and the standard of review of this much smaller amount of money don't seem to live with the equity lens that I think I should be having with respect to this. And that's not, I don't know that's just, I'm not saying that in response to anything, I'm just saying that as my view. And then the last piece is, last year when I said, I want to do this, I want to do work in this, 97,000 was not enough, and I did not leave that conversation persuaded that if we came back at it next year, we would vastly expand our after-school programs. So I'll confess to, I think I need that verification in addition to the trust that's appropriate. And I feel like, what Ms. Talento referred to as, the discussions in the spring, I'm going to be in the same place. I'm going to want to do this and not around the edges. This is what I think, this is a manifestation of some pieces of what we should do on equity. And that's not to say that I wasn't supportive of the 500,000 because I didn't feel that I was rigorous enough to be okay. And so I hope that gives both a sense of how committed I am to doing this in the next budget and respect to the process concerns, which I think are rooted in integrity that you have raised.
Thank you. I'll just be clear, and then seeing no other lights, we'll move to an immediate vote. I just want to be, whenever the surplus of ideas that we've heard discussed tonight are all very intriguing. I have some of my own that I haven't even put out in the atmosphere. We could spend the $250,000 quite easily. The question is, are we spending it according to a plan that respects the analysis process that we are undergoing and is inclusive of actually helping families where they need help? We can spend the money. I have no doubt that we can spend the money, but is it spending money in the right way? And that's the work that I think we still need to have ongoing. And on a note of levity, Ms. Talento, I hate to break it to you, but I have a 15-year-old daughter at home who mocks mercilessly the PSA of this is your brain on drugs. So we're going to have to figure out an update because it ain't working with the kids
Friday's
today.
not going to work, which is why we can't come up with it on our own.
Yeah.
And we need a consultant to understand the youth of today and how this funding will support that.
In this case, though, I do hope we leverage the CDC because, as has been mentioned earlier, this is not just Arlington's problem. It's a national problem of figuring out how to better reach youth with the occurring issues that were spoken so well by one of our speakers, I believe Ms. Coutier, if I have her name correctly, who talked about the ease of access to real dangerous stuff. That it's a different beast than what I experienced growing up, than any of us experienced growing up. And so hopefully we take advantage of some of those resources that are available that are dealing with this broadly. All right, I think everything has been said that needs to be said about this.
I have one more thing to say real quick.
Of course.
On all of this, we need to talk to our young people. That's the one who's talking to the young people themselves. We need to do that as well. Okay,
All right.
I'm ready to vote.
All those in favor of this amendment to increase item 7F from 500,000 to 750,000, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. Nay. By a vote of 3 to 2, this motion passes and is now a part of the main motion. Mr. DeFerranti.
I have two notes, just two topics to bring up, and I'll be succinct. AFAC is seeing 35% more people than last time, but I don't believe this is the forum for food, for one-time food. We provide food, but I did want to mention it because when we get to next year, we provide a slice of AFAC's funding, but food insecurity is a shared priority of all of us on the board. And so I just want to note that food prices are up, the need is up, even from, it's higher than in COVID. And so mostly for Mr. Carantonis and Vice Chair Garvey, this will be a subject that I know we'll want to engage in the budget next year, both with respect to this fiscal year and with respect to next fiscal year. So I hope that's okay. And then the only other thing I wanted to mention is on childcare. We've all been focused, we set aside some money some time ago on childcare, and I just wanted to confirm, without belaboring, confirm with the manager that the goal is to get the NOFA out by the end of the year. Is that?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. I will not filibuster any longer. Thank you.
Okay. I'm ready to move to a closing comment on the main motion if there are no other amendments. All right, I'll just say briefly for me, I want to be clear and associate myself with much of what Ms. Garvey said about this exercise and what we do here. The resources that we're talking about, the $47 million ultimately deemed discretionary, is a result of savings that we experienced from fiscal year 23. So during that budget process. And that budget process commenced at the end of calendar year 2022. And we discussed priorities with the community at that time, and due to a confluence of events, savings in departments, revenues that we didn't anticipate, increases in revenue items that came in rosier than expected, we ended the fiscal year with a surplus. And while it is tempting to use that opportunity to fund all of the things that we're interested in and are thinking about, remember that those resources came as a result of a budget process where we outline a plan that we asked the community to weigh in and comment on, and ultimately made the tough decisions to make sure the budget was balanced at the end. And this process, as tempting as it may be, should have the same rigor in terms of spending those resources. It's not extra money. It's the same pot of money that we had designated for specific purposes. As it turns out, they weren't needed for those purposes, but it doesn't mean this provides an opportunity for us to shirk the public involvement in determining how it should be spent. So to the greatest extent possible, it's my belief that you should reserve as much of these resources as possible for the next budget process, and recognizing that this doesn't increase the ongoing amount of funding that you have. It's a one-time windfall and should be spent appropriately in one-time ways, and that you should apply the same rigor of presenting the community with a well-thought-out plan for how you want to spend these resources that it helped generate, or that it predominantly generated, and then you're held accountable for how you spend it. And so I know that may sound overly process-oriented, but I think the principle of it is firm. The principle of it is people can trust us with the resources that we are stewards of, and that we are going to deliver to them a plan to spend them that we are ultimately going to be held accountable for. And so that's the same rigor that I bring to this closeout process, and hopefully that explains some of my very particular concerns about the amendments that were offered. Other closing comments? Seeing none, we'll now move to a vote on the motion as amended. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, 5-0. We're now ready to move to the next item. Ms. Jacobs, will you please call item 24?
Item 24 is the presentation of the 2024 State General Assembly package for the County Board's annual hearing on the proposed General Assembly session priorities.
Would you mind bringing me one too? You're great, thank you. We'll give the room a moment for there to be the change. Wow. Alana, I'm sorry, no one's interested in the legislative package.
I'm excited about it. We're going to see.
All right, over to you, Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tonight we are going to hear a presentation from Alana Cranen, who is peripatetic. She's everywhere all at once. She has a few slides to go through, and this is in preparation for what the board will take up next month. So over to you, Alana.
There we go. Okay, hello. Good evening. I'm Alana Crennan. I am our legislative liaison. I have a few short slides to present to all of you tonight with our draft legislative package. If we could begin the presentation, that would be wonderful. Thank you. You can go to the next slide. Perfect. So quick overview of the 2024 session. It will begin on January 10th. This is a long session that is 60 days. There will be a new biennium budget released on December 20th. By Governor Glenn Youngkin, and then the House and Senate will work to amend the governor's budget. There will probably be about 3,000 bills. The House has no bill limit per patron. The Senate has a 15 bill limit per patron. Typically in even years, we don't see a bill limit, but the Senate has asked and passed through their Rules Committee a 15 bill limit per patron. And finally, I'm expecting that there will still be virtual public participation as there have been in years past. We have a brand new building, so we're really excited about that. Next up, for the House and Senate majority, we just had an election for all 140 seats on November 7th. The Democrats flipped the majority of the House, 51 to actually 48 at this moment. There is still one uncalled race, but the Republican is in the lead there, which is why it says 49 seats. So I anticipate we will see a 51 to 49 majority when that race is called. In the Senate, the Democrats retained their majority, 21 to 19. And this upcoming year, we've had an unprecedented number of new members enter. In the Senate, there have been 17 new people. One of these new people has previous Senate experience, and 10 have House experience, but the others have never served in a state body. So just wrap your brain around the fact that almost half of the senators are going to be brand new to the Senate. Same for the House. We have 34 new members, so about a third of the House. 2 come in with House experience, 1 has Senate experience. So again, an unprecedented number of new members. We still have divided government, though, which is important to remember as we're putting forward our priorities and working with our delegation, that even though the legislative branch is controlled by the Democrats, the executive branch, which is the governor, is still controlled by the Republican Party. So moving on to the legislative principles in our package, we have workforce resiliency, which is about strengthening our resource pipelines and accounting for local constraints on staffing. We also have fully funding commitments to local government, making sure that the state government pays its debts and fully funds the commitments that are made. And finally, respecting local authority, opposing any efforts that make changes to our form of government without the county board's explicit policy support. These principles will guide our legislative priorities on the next few pages, referring to different broader themes that will play to our engagement strategy. Next slide, please. So in our area of human services and healthcare, we remain in this mental health crisis where the staffing shortages and local crisis care units, mobile crisis care units, and ensuring that we maintain adequate staffing and funding, as well as protecting all access to reproductive health services and LGBTQ+ rights. In land use and housing, we want to maintain our housing trust fund, as well as tenant rights to improve living standards and conditions. Next slide. In finance, we want to make sure that we maintain our local flexibility for a taxing authority and that we can codify a revenue replacement strategy for that sales tax on groceries that went away, I guess it was 2 years ago now. We still have that 1% local option, but there was 1% that was lost from education and 0.5% from transportation. That takes me into transportation, metro funding, which I know we've spent a lot of time talking about, as well as Vision Zero and making sure we have zero traffic-related deaths in our community. Next slide, please. In economic development, we have priorities related to office market repositioning and vacant office space, as well as promoting tourism in Arlington County. In our criminal justice reform section, some highlights include promoting promoting ways to prevent sexual and gender-based violence, and also anything related to any marijuana bills that are passed this year, that they are consistent with our local revenue, land use, public health, and safety policies. Next slide, please. In education, we talked a little bit about this tonight, our youth mental health in our schools, as well as vaping, making sure that we have penalties for selling to underage youth, as well as the location of vaping shops near schools, preventing them from being too close together. As I said, the youth mental health, making sure that they have adequate resources that they need. In our general government section, we're going to continue to push for all electronic meetings for public bodies, as well as no unfunded mandates that include administrative burden or additional public notice requirements. Next slide, please. This is our last one about our package highlights for public safety, making sure we have adequate staffing for our jails, for our police force, for our fire department, EMS, you name it. Everyone is having staffing shortages right now, and making sure that we can fill those positions, as well as promoting jail diversion efforts for our community. Finally, in our energy and environment section, we want to maintain and protect the Virginia Clean Economy Act, as well as RGGI, and our ability to participate in both of those programs. Next slide, please. Just a little bit about how we developed this package. I consulted with county board commissions, county manager advisory groups, our county staff, our county board members, members of our community, and we will have our public comment period tonight as well. And there will be an opportunity to have a work session with our General Assembly delegation on November, and there will be continued collaboration before this full package is adopted in December. My final slide coming up next is just a quick little timeline of what this next few months look like. We have our county board legislative work session that I mentioned. Then on December 16th, we have our full package considered for adoption by the board. Session begins on January 10th. The last day to file bills is always that first Friday, so January 12th. February 8th should be crossover. Hopefully sine die is March 9th, and then by mid-April we will hopefully have a budget on time this year, and we will not have to wait until September. That concludes my legislative package presentation for this evening. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crennan. So For those who are paying attention, the legislative package provides an annual opportunity for us to do things a little bit differently. It is here where we begin our public engagement with a public hearing and inviting the public to come and testify on the proposed package. We then engage in more discussions and conversations with stakeholders, including our General Assembly delegation, before the board ultimately considers adoption at a meeting where the public hearing will have then been closed. So that's our process. Let's begin with any public speakers.
We do have one public speaker, but I believe we have,
We're going to have
Sorry.
Ms. McIntyre
Ms.
from
McIntyre.
C2E2 to speak.
my brain glitched.
Commissions.
Good evening again. Joan McIntyre speaking for Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission. Do want to thank Ms. Crennan for accurately and more succinctly reflecting our priorities in the package. I would like to propose two additions to that. One is to add in a priority that we had in our letter, which was measures to pave the way for extended producer responsibility law and reduction of single-use plastics. With the draft solid waste management plan, they did stress the importance of actually putting in that getting this type of legislation, because really getting to the reductions that we need, getting to dealing with the basically failed recycling of plastics and other issues that we face with relates to waste and zero management. We really are going to need those federal and state laws to actually address some of the problems at their sources that can't be done at a county level. And the other thing is, getting back to our earlier discussions on transportation, is on the transportation funding to go beyond the proposals of just retaining and restoring existing funding to actually at least propose and press for additional funding on transit and transit-oriented development. As we really talked about, is anything that we want to do to really make a robust transit and micro-mobility transit network, we really need to have funding for. Right now, transportation funding is very highly lopsided, with about 75% of funding, both I think at the state and federal level, going for highways and streets. And we know from 50+ years of experience, that type of spending doesn't do anything to reduce congestion, and it just contributes to sprawl. So, starting to at least get the conversation going that we need to shift our priorities on transportation funding at the state and federal levels, I think is important. And then finally, I would strongly endorse and support the efforts to try to improve the electronic meetings policies for our commissions. I've been fortunate we haven't had an issue with quorums, but I worry every month as to whether or not I'm going to have enough for a physical quorum. And I know that other commissions have done the same. Just that flexibility really makes a big difference. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McIntyre. And now, Ms. Jacobs, are we ready for any public speakers?
Yes, we have one public speaker. That is Margaret McKelvey.
Good evening, Ms. McKelvey. And you are muted.
Can you hear me and see me?
Yes, we can see you and hear you. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'm Margaret McKelvey, a 43-year resident of Cherrydale and a member of the Quiet Clean Northern Virginia group, QC Nova. And QC Nova has been working with delegates Rip Sullivan and Patrick Hope on legislation, excuse me, that would give Arlington and other Virginia localities the freedom to manage our own affairs with respect to regulating gas-powered leaf blowers. Alexandria delegate Elizabeth Bennett Parker and Fairfax delegates Holly Siebold and David Bulova have indicated interest in joining in this effort. And I would request that the Arlington County Board include support for such a bill in its legislative package. Just to recap, gas-powered leaf blowers are seriously harmful. On the noise front, most of the gas-powered ones that, I'm sorry, not most, all that Consumer Reports tested were over the 85 decibel limit for hearing loss. Northern Virginia is not doing well on ozone and other pollutants, and the gas-powered leaf blowers contribute mightily to that. To be clear, we're not asking you at this point to ban gas-powered leaf blowers. We're asking you to support a bill in Richmond that would enable localities such as Arlington to prohibit or otherwise regulate the blowers, or not, as the citizens of those localities see fit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McKelvey. Are there any any other public speakers?
No.
All right. So at this point, colleagues, adoption will be considered at the December meeting, but if there are any questions that you have for Ms. Crennan while she is here, you're certainly in order. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that there's also, has in the past been meetings where the Arlington residents could come in and speak to legislators. And I don't know if we are doing that directly, and the county board would not be here, often held in this space, but not always. Is that something that you're aware of that might be happening this year?
So that has always been run by the League of Women Voters. And so it is up to them where they want to hold the space. In the past, it potentially was held in this boardroom. Last year, it was held, I believe, at Busboys and Poets. And so it is ultimately up to them as a group to where they're going to host, but it was...
We don't know of it yet.
What?
We don't know if it's happening this year.
It's a League of Women Voters initiative, and that is a question for them.
Got it. Okay. All right. So you don't know. None of us on the dais know about that one. Okay. That was a question. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, that was going to be my question too. And maybe there's a way when we do know, we can at least put it up on the website with this issue or something. So if people are looking for ways to weigh in, they might be able to see it. I assume we can talk with our clerk, or maybe there's a place that would be appropriate for it, just so people can figure out how to come and speak to their legislators if they want to about the package.
Well, it's not just about our package.
Yeah, it's about everything, but they may want to talk about our package. Anyway, I'm sorry, did I put you on the spot, Ms. Crennan?
Well, I actually think you're asking potentially different questions. Are you asking specifically how members can talk to county board members? Or are you asking how?
Oh, so sorry. No. All I was asking was when we find out when it is, there's someplace we can put it up so people can find it. So, for example, if Ms. McIntyre decided she would like to come and talk to them directly herself about these issues, it's just another way to do it. I suppose you could call the League of Women Voters. There must be a variety of posts. But I was just thinking, somebody looking there could be a note for folks. It's just a suggestion. I'm assuming there's a way to do it, but maybe not. And then I did have a question for you, which occurred to me. And I'm guessing you probably don't know, because you were talking about how many of the new senators and delegates had previous service and how many are brand new. Do you know how many have actually local government experience? Do you happen to know that? You probably don't, but Well, you'll probably figure it out by the end of the session, because I think, this is one of the places where it's great if they have previous experience in the General Assembly, but I actually find sometimes nobody understands local government like those who've actually done it. And I think that's often really helpful to have people in positions like that understands what we're dealing with all the time. So thank you. And I appreciate the very succinct, everything lined up and presented very clearly, and appreciate that, and look forward to working with you this year on a variety of issues. It's going to be an interesting year.
Thank you. Ms. Talento.
Hi, thank you, Lana, for the presentation. I actually have a question on number 2, page 4 of the board report, under finance. I just want to get a better understanding. It's sales tax on groceries, and I know that we're proposing opposing the exemption of groceries and hygiene products from the local option sales tax. I just want to make sure that I understand, there's been discussion in the region about, especially with inflation, in hygiene products, which includes feminine products, which is, a very challenging issue for low-income residents. But can you talk a little bit about this? I think I understand why we would oppose it. I'm assuming there'd be a loss of revenue, which is always hard for local budgets. We'd have to make it up on another end, so we're not really saving the constituent anything. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm not guessing all that.
Yes, happy to explain. So what we're doing is opposing the exemption of the local option. So we're actually asking for that to be kept. So we're asking for the ability to keep that 1% tax that we have in place to fund our schools, to fund whatever priorities our local government needs. So we're actually asking for the ability to continue to have that 1% option. The part that we're asking to be codified into code has to do with, at one point, this was a 2.5% tax. 1% of that 2.5% is that local option that we have. The other 1% went to education, and the other 0.5% went to transportation. And so there's kind of two parts to this. One is allowing us the ability to keep that 1% option, and the other part is figuring out a way to fund education and transportation needs in our region.
And so I'm assuming there's been bills presented to just eliminate all taxes on groceries.
Correct.
And hygiene products.
Correct.
Okay, and that would hurt our tax revenue.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Before recognizing Mr. DeFerranti, the question that you and Ms. Garvey were interested in, they usually hold that event in January.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to sort of signal and raise that I'm interested in two potential areas. One is the one that Ms. McKelvey raised, the local option with respect to gas-powered leaf blowers. I would say that I am not bullish I'm not certain that how legislatively that would fare through all of the different hoops that it would have to jump through, but I still think that in order to pass it in the coming years, I'm certainly open to language there. And the same is true. We have both a longstanding commitment to common sense gun safety, and so local option, common sense gun safety, I would be interested in as well to be considered for part of our package. No, we have to be mindful that there are many different stakeholders that have different views with respect to this, but I feel it has to be said that at least I'd be interested in that language or in discussing that possibility over the coming weeks.
Thank you. Ms. Garvey.
No, if my light's on, it's just left on.
Okay. With that, we'll now call this public hearing to a close, and we'll be back in December to consider adoption of the 2024 General Assembly legislative package. Thank you very much, Ms. Crennan. We'll see you next month. Thank you, Ms. McIntyre and Ms. McKelvey, for your testimony. Ms. Jacobs, are you ready to call the next item?
Yes, item 25, adoption of a resolution concerning the extension of the Comcast Cable franchise certificate of public convenience and necessity for an additional period of 1 year to allow for negotiation of a renewal.
Mr. Manager, take it away.
Yes, I'd like to congratulate Richard Archambault being here the entire evening and turn it over to him for a brief verbal presentation.
I thought you were going to applaud him for his luscious head of hair.
No. Thank you, Mark, and good evening to the board. The item is regarding the adoption of a resolution concerning the extension of the Comcast Cable Franchise Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity for an additional period of 1 year to allow for negotiation of a renewal. Before considering any renewal of a certificate, the county must assess its needs for public, educational, and governmental television, as well as the performance of providers like Comcast in their fulfillment of the contractual requirements in the franchise. We are through with our technical assessment of Comcast performance. We are working on our needs assessment with the stakeholders in the community to determine what we need from the P, the E, and the G parts of the funding. but we're not finished. And so Comcast, in discussions with them, supplied a letter of concurrence and has asked or supported our pushing this for one more year to allow us time to complete negotiations.
That was succinct. All right. Do we have any advisory groups who are here tonight? Do we have ITAC that is on to speak on this, Ms. Jacobs?
No, we do not.
We do not. And do we have any public speakers?
We do not.
Hearing none, then the discussion is now with the board. Why don't we begin with a motion if Ms. Talento is ready? If you need more time, that's fine.
That's okay, I didn't realize I was doing the motion, so let me look for it.
Oh, I thought I asked you to do it earlier. My apologies.
That's okay, but I'm happy to just do the motion on the
Yeah,
fly.
thanks.
I move to adopt the attached resolution to the county board report concerning the extension of a certificate of convenience and necessity for a provider, Comcast of Potomac LLC.
Seconded by Vice Chair Garvey. Any comments on this? I'll just say I think as these things go, this is sort of typical in this process. Even though we've done multiple renewals, it does allow us to have terms that at least seem to be favorable compared to other franchise agreements that have been negotiated in the interim. So in that sense, while this appears to be work that is not yet finished, it ultimately is to the benefit of Arlington in terms of the resources that we're able to collect and distribute as part of the franchise agreement. Any other comments?
No, happy new Comcast.
All right. All those in favor of we got a second, right? Yeah, Vice Chair Garvey. Okay, all those in favor of Ms. Talento's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Ms. Jacobs, do we have any other business to come before the board?
We do not.
Hearing none, we are now adjourned.
We just missed a resolution for, a belated birthday wish to the chair of.
That's not in order. The meeting is adjourned. But the sentiments are appreciated. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for staying the entire meeting. I kept saying, why is he staying this whole time?
Yes.
Sheriff's